Good evening and welcome to the January 17th, 2012 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We'll begin our meeting this evening with the consent agenda. All matters listed on consent are considered under one motion and enacted by one motion. There is no separate discussion on those items. If separate discussion is desired, that item will need to be removed from consent to be considered separately. Is there an item on consent that a member of the commission would like removed for separate discussion?
Abstaining from licenses, I have a conflict of interest with one of the license requests.
Okay. Number 4. Any others? Is there an item on consent that a member of the public would like removed for separate discussion? Hearing none then, and with the exception of number 4 and the addition of payroll in the amount of $1,909,561.78 and 165 claims to vendors totaling $2,369,110.64. Is there a motion to accept consent?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Vice Mayor Shum. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item number 4 is just the to approve the licenses as recommended by the City Clerk's office.
Mayor, I'd move approval of the licenses recommended by the City Clerk's office.
Second.
Motion for approval made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Commissioner Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0 with Vice Mayor Shum in abstention. We'll move on now then to the City Manager's report. Dave.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. Just a few items in this week's report. Got some before and after photographs for the Castle Drive improvements there from Trail Road to Peterson Road. You may recall that this was a project that we were able to accomplish in 2011. We had planned on doing it in 2010, but we had to reduce the scope of some of our other improvements so that we could do some essentially emergency work on a number of city streets in 2010. But we did get this finished as part of our 2011 pavement maintenance program, and already had a number of compliments to the Public Works and Parks and Recreation staff that were involved in the project. So appreciate that from the community, and glad to get that project accomplished. You see information about the million visits to the city's website. That probably also includes some of the work that you're doing now on our website as well, so we always have to look at those statistics. But I think it's interesting to see what people are viewing. Some of it's commerce related in regards to paying bills or signing up for Parks and Recreation class, and then obviously some of it's just information about learning what their city government is involved in. We do take a look at that and try and be responsive to improve that award-winning website. You see some of the frequently asked question information. We've also had some work in our utility department. They annually look at their standards and details that the construction industry uses as they comply with the water and sanitary sewer work that's supervised by the Department of Utilities. They go through a process of inviting comment from the contractor development industry to see if we can't improve our standards. Doesn't necessarily always mean that they're more rigorous. In some cases, there's situations where we can accept new materials, substitutions, and so on that can make projects more economical. So that's been their process in regards to this annual update of their department standards. And then finally, Diane Stoddard has been involved with her liaison work with the Cultural Arts Commission, and she forwarded to me this report that you all are now getting as well, that provides an economic analysis, an economic analysis of the Final Friday's work that's been accomplished here downtown. That the report also contains some recommendations, and I would expect that as the Cultural Arts Commission reviews this report more thoroughly, you'll probably be seeing a funding request from them that is highlighted in the report. I wanted you all to get a chance to see that, and be happy to respond to any questions or comments about this report or anything else.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Is there questions for Dave? Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll look forward to hearing a little bit more maybe about that request as time moves forward. So well-written report. It's actually very, very interesting. So we'll get to that as we move along. We've got something here as we move on to the regular agenda here. First up, we've got a very important issue here regarding the future of pot-bellied pigs in the city of Lawrence.
Cynthia has coordinated some of the correspondence that we've had with individuals that are interested in changes to our animal control code, and she can outline the staff memorandum that she's put together on this.
Good evening. As David indicated, I worked with the individual requesting the change to the ordinance, as well as coordinated our intern review of code in other communities and conversations with the Humane Society, as well as local veterinarian and the state veterinarian's office with regard to review of the code. As is outlined in your memo, Chapter 3 of the City Code provides for the regulation of animals and disallows animals with the exception primarily of domesticated animals. In 2009, the code was amended to allow for the keeping of domesticated hedgehogs as well as ducks and female chickens. In reviewing other city regulations, we have found that Manhattan, Salina, and Topeka do not allow the keeping of pot-bellied pigs or swine in their community. Kansas City does allow the keeping of Vietnamese pot-bellied pigs, and they have very specific regulations with regard to the keeping of those animals, and changed some of their code in 1995 to grandfather in existing pot-bellied pigs and basically to reclassify them to swine, and added some additional requirements in 1995 with regard to just basically classifying them as livestock, and plugged in some requirements regarding distance to other occupied dwellings. Lenexa, Olathe, Overland Park, and Shawnee do all allow the keeping of pot-bellied pigs with varying level of restrictions. What is outlined in your memo are a summary of those items that are fairly consistent across the existing codes in those communities. In discussions with those animal health care professionals, the requirements that were outlined in those other communities that do allow were in line with requirements that would protect the health and safety of both the animal and human population within Lawrence and Douglas County. At this point in time, staff does not have a strong recommendation with regard to the keeping of pot-bellied pigs. We are seeking direction from the City Commission. We don't know the impact that might be had out there. We don't know how many pot-bellied pigs there could potentially be. We would ask the Commission keep in mind impact on staff and staff workload from a code enforcement, animal control, and licensing aspect.
Thank you. Questions for Cynthia? Sure.
Did you find out why the 3 municipalities you listed do not allow them, or whether or not there's been any requests to include them in their codes?
We did not. That's a good point. That's a good question.
So you don't, it's maybe never come up?
That I don't know. That I don't know. That's a good point.
Okay. Questions?
Was Cynthia, Dave, maybe Vice Mayor Shum, wasn't there a request several years ago, similar request like in the last 20 that we dealt with on this issue?
But I was not around.
Okay. Yeah, I was
I'd
trying.
have to defer to David.
Yeah, but it's been,
It's a while back.
yeah, a dozen, 15 years back, I think. I know that it predates hedgehogs, that we dealt with here a few years back, so I mean, it's been some time back when we dealt with this issue.
Okay. And the decision at the time was not to allow it, not to change the code. Okay.
Do we know why?
My, Vice Mayor, my recollection is that there just wasn't, maybe a view of sufficient regulation.
3 votes, right?
Well, that's,
I got it, thanks.
that's the final reason why, but I think I think there was concern that maybe there wasn't the ability to have adequate regulation. we went through this, we did a major overhaul of our animal control code late to mid 1990s, I believe. And this was when we had an individual that had a mountain lion in their residence. And we took a look at our animal control code, and we hadn't paid a lot of attention to it in recent years, and we found out that, no, there wasn't one prohibited. We didn't have, so we took the approach that a number of other communities have done, is to basically list the animals that are allowed, as opposed to trying to think through all of the animals in the animal kingdom that would be prohibited. We said these animals are allowed, and we looked at what other communities had done, discussions with the Humane Society, veterinarians, those types of things about what's the appropriate animals to allow in an urban community where we all live a little bit closer to each other than maybe we do in rural settings, and that's how we got the animal control code that we have. And we've had citizens effectively advocate for changes in regards to, well, this is appropriate in an urban setting, and we've changed it accordingly. And what we see is that, in this case, a citizen has come forward and said, I think it'd be appropriate, look at what other communities are doing. And they've got a number of different regulations, and that's kind of where, how this has come about.
Great, thank you. Is there public comment on this?
My name's Anthony Barnett. I'm a board member at the Humane Society. And just to extend beyond the conversation that Dory's already had with them, we just wanted to state publicly before the commission that we would support that kind of a change to the code. I did have a few comments in the way that it would impact city staff as far as setting up a way to license them or register them. I would just like to see a clear benefit to the city for registering pigs, since we don't register other animals that are pets. And if you do decide to go down that path of requiring them to be registered, that we can take care of that at the Humane Society so that it's not something else that has to be set up by the city. The other thing that stood out to me in the memo was that if at large, pot-bellied swine would be classified as feral swine, be regulated by state laws against feral swine. I would just like to, if we were to allow somebody to have a pet, that way I'd like to see the city code be a little more specific to allow, if somebody breaks into their house and leaves the door open and the pig escapes, that the pig can be returned to them. It's not treated as feral swine. Of course, we would hope and expect that all animals are kept responsibly and humanely, but in that regard, we would fall in line with supporting the change to the code.
Thank you. For the public comment.
My name is Kevin Sauer. I'm currently a second-year law student at the University of Kansas School of Law and the president of the KU School of Law's chapter of the Student Animal Legal Defense Fund, and a personal friend of Mr. Penix, the owner of the pig in question. The memo that we have submitted alongside the city's memo basically has 3 points to argue. First, that the blanket provisions in the city code already adequately protect against any problems that might arise in pot-bellied pig ownership, most notably nuisances, animals at large, and noise disturbances that might result from pig ownership. More importantly, the second 2 points I'd like to make are on weight restriction and the licensing procedures proposed by the city. The weight restriction that I believe the city is currently considering is 90 pounds, 95 pounds, and we would advocate for a weight restriction of 150 pounds or a size restriction based on measurements made at the shoulder or length of the pig in general, which are more indicative of the breed rather than weight. Pigs are a very solidly constructed animal, and a small pig can be over 100 pounds and still be a pot-bellied pig. And why this is important, also the weight restriction, is the health and welfare of the animal. If we have a pot-bellied pig that is just teetering on the edge. It would be much better for the animal and its health to have a weight restriction that realizes that sometimes these animals weigh just a little bit more, and we wouldn't want to malnourish the animal just to have it come in under a specific weight restriction that doesn't really reflect the dangers involved that the city is concerned about. And lastly, most importantly, the licensing procedure that we would propose to make the most sense for animal owners and for the city would be a simple licensing procedure where we get a statement from a veterinarian saying that the pig is indeed a pot-bellied pig, it's been neutered, it's in good health, and it weighs less than 150 pounds, what we would advocate for. And this is important because the city does have a strong interest in protecting their citizens from swine or livestock animals in the domestic environment. But once it's determined by a veterinarian that a pig is indeed a pot-bellied pig, there's no further concern that I can see requiring a complicated and onerous licensing procedure, which would not only increase the cost of pet ownership to someone who has chosen a pig as opposed to a more traditional cat or dog, it would also impose an additional burden on the city, a financial burden of how to coordinate this complicated licensing procedure, whereas a simple licensing procedure would adequately protect the interests of the city and the interests of the pet owners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Never having seen a pot-bellied pig in person, how do you differentiate pot-bellied pig from a general garden variety pig?
The most commonly accepted method we've discovered in our research is a height and a length measurement. A lot of communities that we've seen enacting legislation allowing pot-bellied pigs have a height restriction measured from the shoulder, usually anywhere from 20 to 24 inches, and then a length restriction, which I have here is don't have the length restriction, but pot-bellied pig generally is about this long, so they're not yay big, not the most scientific.
Dave, get that down, we'll put that in the ordinance.
Yay long.
We'd be more than happy to
I didn't
do
know
some
if there was
additional research and provide some
characteristics
more.
like they had a big belly, or if they had,
They do tend to have large bellies, but
okay.
what differentiates them is, I think, gross differences in size. Whereas some pot-bellied pigs may grow to 110, 115, 120 pounds. A hog, a livestock animal, is going to be 350, 400 pounds, a gross difference, which is also why I brought up the point about weight restrictions. I think it's important.
Vice Mayor Shum's very interested in
Well, I
the
mean-
quality of, of his pulled pork. All right.
Move on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just didn't want to get the wrong pig.
My name is Rhoda Paddock, and I'm an owner of 2 of them. And I do have pictures if you'd like to see what a pot-bellied pig looks like.
I'm
and how-
disappointed that I don't see a pig here tonight. I'm very disappointed.
Maybe if we recessed for a few minutes.
Here, let's put it on there, and we'll get that, we'll get the pigs up on the big screen here.
Where do you live? Do you live in town here?
No, I live in the country.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you could, we'll give you a few minutes, maybe you could bring one down.
You can't really see. This is him with my dog. And this is him with his stray cat. And this is him posing. He's, and then they're playing.
I don't see one with lipstick on.
And he took
Oh.
the scales at 250. So, and this is nap time.
Like we should know his name.
Yeah, I agree.
Huh? His name is Cocoa Puff. we added to, so he could go up and down easier. And this is how lovable he is. He likes to snuggle. The dogs like to sleep on him. And this is my 5-year-old granddaughter that helps clean up after him because that's her pig. And she, if we lose our pig, then she would be devastated. Because these pigs, they are potty trained. You only have to tell them once, and they're automatically potty trained. They don't bite. They don't chase you. They just want love. And they're very, very, you know, they kind of stay out of your way when you're like cleaning and stuff like that, and have their own alone time. They got a doggy door to go out whenever they want to go to the bathroom. And about the smell, we use vinegar to neutralize the urine, and we clean up the poop and dispose of it. So, and if everybody did that as a responsible pet owner, then we would do pretty good. So, any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Jose Trujillo, and my daughter Elisa and good friend Lisbeth are here. We live at 2660 University Drive, just 2 units away from Mr. Pennick's residence, and we have known the potbelly pig since it was a piglet, and it's been a wonderful pet. My daughter wants to say a few things on behalf of Starkey.
Well, Starkey is very nice, and he's my neighbor, so I don't want him to have to go away because I really love him. So,
I have personally met Starkey. He's a great pet. He's amazing. He's very friendly and kind. And if you met him, you would think so too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing our proposal here tonight, and thank you to everybody who's already talked. On behalf of Starkey and myself, it really means a lot to us, as I'm sure you know. Tell you what, first, I would like to show you a picture of Starkey. When Starkey first came into my life, he was so tiny that he could fit into the palm of your hand. But for such a small animal, he had such a big heart, and he bonded with me, and he became part of my family almost instantly. And how could he not? With his wagging tail, his big nose, and his cuddly personality, no one could resist Starkey's charms. Over the next several months, I spent every day with Starkey, watching him grow up and learn about his life here in the city. And I could spend hours telling you about how much I love Starkey, and how adorable he is, and how he flips over when you rub his belly just right, how his favorite thing is to snuggle up behind you, and how he can somehow communicate whatever thoughts are in his head with just a look and a grunt. But you guys already know that I love Starkey. That's why I'm here today. But what I want to tell you today is that just as Starkey worked his way into my heart, he quickly touched the hearts of the people of Lawrence. Every day when we went for walks around the city, people flocked to see Starkey, to meet him, to pet him, and to give him treats. They would come out of their homes, they would pull over in their cars, they would even come by my house at all hours of the day and night just to play with Starkey. In every way, the people of Lawrence loved Starkey just as much as he loved them. Which is why I couldn't believe it when the city told Starkey that he had to leave. How could an animal that's so loved by the people of Lawrence have to be removed? It was some of the worst news that I'd ever received. I was devastated. It was like losing a best friend. And yet before I could even respond, before I could think of what to do, the people of Lawrence came to help Starkey. Within minutes, neighbors like Elisa and her family, who you just heard from, came by to make sure that Starkey was still a part of the neighborhood and the community. The students of KU Law School, like Kevin Sauer, and the Animal Legal Defense Fund at the school helped me connect with Katie Barnett, whose husband spoke here tonight. Katie couldn't be here, but she was instrumental in creating this proposal that's been brought to you today. And while I continued to fight for Starkey to stay at home, I met more and more people who supported our proposal. People like Animal Control Officer Tisa Hedden, who herself had a pig named Oreo. Tisa and her superiors helped us find a way for Starkey to stay at home while we brought this proposal before you today, as did Elizabeth Hofeka and her colleagues at the municipal courthouse who helped us to do the same thing. And once the Lawrence Journal-World called to put Starkey on the front page of the paper, more and more people contacted me with their support. People like Rhoda Paddock, a woman who you heard from today, who from the goodness of her heart got in contact with me because she knows how great pets are and she knew how devastating it can be to lose a pet like that. Thank you, Rhoda, for being here today. And we've also received the support of animal groups like the Lawrence Humane Society, the Best Friends Animal Society, and the Animal Legal Defense Fund National Chapter, who've all submitted letters in support of our behalf. Even local businesses such as the Downtown Barbershop and the 715 Restaurant support us and hope that Starkey is allowed to stay in Lawrence so that he can take a walk down Mass Street and meet them. And that's not to mention the dozens of people that Starkey and I meet every day around town who love to meet him, who love to play with him, to give him treats. And of course, we have the support of everybody who came here tonight, which means so much to us. And so that brings us to today, something we've been working a long time for. The city has a great animal code which embraces the idea that people should be able to have the animal companion of their choosing, a code which is versatile enough for the type of amendment that we are asking today. The same code contains protections for people and property that are more than adequate to deal with any issues that may arise. And while potbelly pigs have been raised as pets in America since the 1980s, I want to be the person to ask the city of Lawrence to consider allowing these incredible animals into the community. So that's what I'm here to ask you tonight. Please amend the code to allow for Starkey and other potbelly pigs to stay in the homes and the communities of the families who love them. Don't send me home tonight to tell Starkey that the people of Lawrence don't want him in this city, because nothing could be further from the truth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The correspondence you delivered to City Hall,
Yes.
was that a group effort?
Yes, that was me and Mr. Sauer here.
I've got to congratulate you on that. It shows extraordinary talent, I guess is the word. The one that caught my eye the most, though, was when you're talking about the animal's owner responsibility for removal of animal excrement, where it says that potbellies are very clean animals and naturally clean themselves after using a bathroom or getting dirty. They have even been known to use mirrors to check and make sure they're cleaned off.
Yeah, they have been known to do that. We haven't quite taught Starkey to do that yet. We have taught Starkey to clean his face and to clean his hooves, like when he goes outside if he gets dirty. He knows to stay in his pen until he gets himself all cleaned off, and then he can come out. He also knows how to take a shower. Actually, he's very close to me. He's very attached to me. So whenever I'm at home, he's got to be in the same room with me. If I go in to take a shower and he wants to go take a shower, he knows to follow right in and jump right in there too. So it happens about once a week. We get him washed off, and not while I'm in there at the same time. I'm sorry.
Too much info.
Oh, and just one more thing, Vice Mayor, just to answer your question, there are some physical characteristics of pigs that they can use to judge, aside from size and weight. Most notably, the long tail. Potbelly pigs have straight, long tails as opposed to curly tails or something like that. And there's also features about the snout and things like that differentiate them, so they can know these things.
Very good, thank you.
Great. Is there any other public comment this evening?
Yeah, can I say something?
Ma'am, we just, you've spoken, and our policy is that we want one per customer, but thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission then. Anybody here want to turn that sweet pig out into the street?
Starsky?
Starkey.
Yeah,
Starkey. Okay.
I guess a couple things from, I think it was the document that Vice Mayor Shum was referring to. Our current nuisance laws would cover, if there was a nuisance issue, correct?
Right, that would still be applicable in this situation.
My only thoughts were the 80-pound limit, making it more of what a healthy adult is if we went this route. And then I was just curious how much more work for staff to monitor or manage this. I mean,
Well, as Cynthia and I and other staff have talked, it's a very good question, Commissioner. We really don't know. We don't know the number that we might have.
Yeah.
I don't want to be an alarmist in saying that it's going to be a great volume of applications or regulations to deal with. If there's
The head-
five to 10, probably not much of an issue. If there's 50 to 100 in the community, you're probably going to have a little bit more concern from adjacent property owners. But I think the numbers that we're seeing in other communities, and there may be others that we don't even know that are here that we regulate, I'm not too concerned about it. Just wanted to recognize that if this type of an issue where we would make an additional exception in our animal control code would create a lot more work that might be of concern. Not really so much on the paperwork side, Commissioner. I think it's really more on the enforcement side, just dealing with that out in the residential community. We don't have a concern if it's not going to be a great volume, I guess.
we could deal with that if it did turn out to be.
Yeah,
Because I'm
we
getting
can
a
come
couple.
back and look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
If the commissioners started getting a lot of complaints from residents, I think you'd want to.
Yeah.
You'd want to do something in regards to our code.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Shoot.
So, I was trying to figure out the differentiation between other domesticated animals, cats, dogs, things like that, and this pig, in that it's livestock. I think that's something that somebody pointed out. But we have chickens that are allowed in the city limits, and those are livestock, and we don't require those to be registered, do we?
No, we do not.
So the thinking for registering these animals was because of their sheer size, or, I mean, there's dogs, heck, there's people that have dogs that are this big, unfortunately. I guess I'm trying to figure out why we want to register them if we don't register cats and dogs.
Certainly. The recommendations or the information that came forward, as I said, we didn't have strong recommendations. Basically what we had done is taken those communities that are currently allowing pot-bellied pigs and have outlined their requirements that include licensure. Part of that is just because of their sheer size, because they are classified as livestock. That's the reasoning for that inclusion. As I said, these aren't recommendations. They're kind of an accumulation of all of the requirements outlined in other communities.
Thanks. Well, that's kind of what I was trying to figure out, is if we don't register any other animal, and and if, because it's livestock, we would register it, then we should probably register any livestock, which would include the chickens that we approved
Right.
in the last few years. Although chickens are not that big, they can be rowdy and cause, neighbors problems. The other question is, do we limit these to living, a majority of their time indoors? Or, I mean, if there's, an opportunity to create a lot of waste and negligence, the adjacent landowner's probably gonna know a lot more about, the animal if it's left outside and, isn't cared for in the manner that I think that we would expect. It seems like these are more companion animals, but maybe someone gets one just like a dog and they leave it outside and it starts causing a ruckus and, not cared for and picked up after. So I guess what I'm wondering is if we're gonna, do this, we're gonna start getting people that might wanna bring in other pigs that aren't necessarily pot-bellied pigs, keep them outside and under the guise that they're pot-bellied pigs, so, and not use them for, domesticated type purposes, but for food or for.
Of course, we've got chickens people are doing that with
But
currently.
we do, but we need to think about that. It's, because there's gonna be, I don't know who the pig inspector's gonna be, but, I think we gotta figure out. I think getting a clear understanding of what the breed is and that it's truly a potbelly is pretty important. I think that's important. That's the one reason we would register them, but that's the only reason I can think of.
To verify that this is the small variety and not the
Genuine pig.
small variety, although, Cocoa Puff was is not so small.
Yeah, so I guess that would be the
But,
best reason for doing it.
Yeah.
If we're gonna go that route, so to prove they're gonna be cared for indoor, whether we said these things have to live inside or, parameters on how long they can be outside, but I think the less regulation, the better, as long as we're clear that they're potbelly pigs, and I think, that's the key here.
Yeah. Our current animal ordinances are broad enough that says that someone who was keeping a potbelly pig who was treating it poorly would
Under
still.
animal abuse, and animal cruelty, there would be the requirements with regard to how that animal would be treated. And those are conversations that I had with Katie, that in general, the remainder of the animal code was consistent, and I think well appreciated. It was this one exception. One item, and I think to add a little bit of discussion with regard to the licensure, as you had pointed out, Commissioner Dever, a significant piece of that is to ensure that it is a pot-bellied lineage as opposed to something else that might start out small. And the Kansas City code does actually outline that they require that the owner be able to produce litter papers to verify pedigree, which I know would create some onus on the owners, but would provide that peace of mind on the breed so that it is indeed the pot-bellied pig. One other discussion with Dory at the Humane Society, as well as the state veterinarian, and correct me if I'm wrong, the pot-bellied pigs really are more indoor animals. They don't like the cold. They prefer to be inside. So there is, as you had indicated, it is more of an indoor.
It's a
But as the
domestic
state veterinarian said, it's still livestock. It's still swine. So there are many variables.
So as we look at writing a list of regulations or anything, one of the things that we might want to take into consideration, how many of these pigs are we going to allow somebody to have? Just one?
With chickens, you're
5?
only allowed to have a certain number.
Because I think that we had
It's a lot.
staff put together some regulations, on how chickens were to be kept. And along with the same thing that, there probably needs to be here, but I think another one was, I can't remember the number, was it 3 chickens or something like that somebody can have? So,
Now you can have a pig and 3 chickens,
yeah, okay. Is it 1?
and a hedgehog,
Yeah.
or is there more than one hedgehog?
One, yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean, I think that's, reasonable question if
Pretty
it's.
large animals too, it's.
You could do it on a acreage size too. I mean, we've got some large acreage where maybe more than one would be all right, but on a 7,000 square foot, 10,000 square foot lot, I mean, if you're gonna have them outside occasionally, stuff like that, you probably don't want more than one.
Yeah, I think that'd be definitely something as we're working on this ordinance, we want to.
And I believe, I'm sorry, I thought I had included this in the memo, and I will reconfirm, but I believe in Lenexa, Olathe, Overland Park, and Shawnee, they all limit to 1.
Okay.
Just one.
Just one, yeah. And I didn't think that that's necessarily a bad choice considering, animal size. Great.
So would we like to direct staff to consider drafting? I don't know if, with commissioners, I haven't heard any major pushback to this. Is anybody against having them put together some rules?
I'm in favor of it. I think 1 is the right number to start with. We can amend rules as we go along if we find that there's some problems. I think it ought to be fenced in. I think it ought to be certified by a veterinarian with the kinds of requirements that other cities have used, and we're kind of cutting through some new water here, so I'd rather be more careful than not, so.
Property to be maintained.
Yeah, all the normal housekeeping things that have to take place in order to be a good neighbor and good citizen.
Yep. I think the only thing, maybe the weight, is just as long as it's confirmed to be a potbelly pig, you can't really, if it's healthy. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah, I did like the idea of it, yeah, the veterinarian signing off on that it is a potbelly pig, and I don't know, if it has to be registered with Potbelly Pigs Association or whatever. But I think that seems appropriate, but, yeah, I'd actually seen some other little miniature pig. Someone was showing me a picture of. I don't think it was a potbelly pig, but it was. I mean, this thing was this big, full grown. I don't know what that was.
Yeah. Teacup.
Teacup. That's not a potbelly then, or?
It is a potbelly pig.
Technically, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, usually they're kept that small by starving them and keeping them very small. So that's another reason why the weight restriction thing is such a concern. We don't want people to adopt these tiny animals, and then once they get big, to have them be taken away from them. So definitely in line with Commissioner Carter on that.
Very good. Okay. Well, that sounds good. I think that there wasn't a lot of objection to the swine ordinance here. So
Pork sign pushback.
pork pushback. Yeah. No more.
I think it's going to be important to forward these findings to the city of Manhattan, that we are more
Pro-pig.
pro-pig than they are.
There'll be, yeah, pulled pork for everyone. Very good. I think we're
there.
I think we're there. Any further, and it's just going to go downhill from here.
We got it.
Very good. Consider yourselves directed. Thank you so much for bringing this in.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you again when we get it all typed up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of hard to keep a straight face during the first part of that. Next up, we have a request from Heartland Community Health Center.
Commissioners, we've received a funding request from Heartland Community Health Center. I believe Mr. Stewart is here to provide that request.
Thank you.
I just got to start by saying that's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't know where to begin.
I can't tell you how disappointed I am that no one brought a pig in. Maybe they're afraid of arrest. I don't know.
I'm John Stewart. I'm the CEO at Heartland Community Health Center, and I'm in the business of providing health care for folks that can't afford it. And our organization is in that business. Our mission is to provide health care to the underserved, and we do that in conjunction with a lot of other care providers here in town. And part of our strategic plan includes acquiring community health center status. And one of the intermediate steps toward doing that is having a thorough process for assigning billing and insurance reimbursements. And our request revolves around this issue of insurance billing, and our request specifically is for the funds to provide a salary for a billing specialist in our organization.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions?
For staff or?
Do we have a staff recommendations or there's an obvious question coming? Yeah.
Where's the money coming?
There you go.
Well, our job is to obviously respond to direction from the commission. We also make recommendations as we get these interim requests throughout the year. We've obviously got concerns about continuing requests. Maybe Mr. Stewart could speak toward that. If you do approve this, what we would recommend is that you take it from the fund balance in the special alcohol fund that is used for certain social services that qualify under the state law and the charter ordinance that set out those purposes. Had Tony Wheeler take a look at whether or not it did comply with that, and it's her determination that it does. Casey Toomey, our budget manager, shepherded this request along with Mr. Stewart. Obviously, if we have a continuing request, we'll have continuing concerns about how to fund it. I can't speak to the worthiness of the program other than my, understanding is that they're doing very good work for some of the greatest needs in our community. You all are familiar with their work as well. So, as a general manner, we don't like to have budget requests outside of our budget cycle, but we also know that the world continues and that there's requests even when it's not budget time. And so we're trying to find a way to accommodate it if it's the commission's decision to proceed. But we would have a concern if we were able to find funding at this point through the special alcohol fund. But if it would continue, I think we'd have concerns about how that's going to be funded. It'd be competing with all the other special alcohol fund needs that we'd have to deal with. So.
Right, I guess my question would be just that, is even though if we're looking at doing it now instead of during the budget cycle, if we go to special alcohol tax fund, it's kind of, I guess the challenge there is that, that has to come away from another service that we're directing those to.
Well, by taking it out of the fund balance now, that's not allocated for any other purpose. So we're not decreasing anybody else's services here in 2012.
I'm sorry, fund balance.
But if that fund doesn't stay healthy in the future, which is why we have fund balance to be able to deal with that, or if we have dramatic increases from other requests, then we'd have a concern about funding it in future years. But it's my understanding this is a one-time request. Doesn't mean that he can't ask through the budget process for 2013, but we're probably not going to have a whole lot more alcohol funds in 2013 than we did in 12 or in 11. I mean, it's a relatively stable revenue source, has a little bit of gradual increase. One of the concerns about funding social service agencies, and we've been through this with our SRS funding discussions or other discussions, is that are there going to be increasing state lapses in funding for social services across the whole panoply of social services? And if that is the case, we're going to see additional demands from this funding source and from the general fund. So while I think that this can happen from the fund balance at this time, I'd be concerned if it was a continuing request to spend down that fund balance. So that's, we're not taking any money away from an existing service that we have budgeted in 12. I can't say that for 13 without knowing what all those requests are going to be in the future and how you all decide how to eventually allocate that.
Right.
Is that, I'm trying to be fair about saying, can it happen now from a budget standpoint? I think yes, but with the understanding that that fund will be challenged in the future if we continue to get increased requests.
It's not the preferred or advisable funding mechanism for a request of this kind on an ongoing basis.
Right.
Yeah, understood.
No,
Understood.
it's not, and I say that without trying to demean the requester or their timing as well. Sometimes their timing doesn't jive with ours.
And a question I've got regarding that timing, because we did have an opportunity for requests, similar types of requests to come before us, and this didn't make that. Can you explain the timing and why we would want to consider this now versus we'll be getting to our budget here in a couple of months for next year? Can you address that for me?
Yeah, again, just without getting complicated about our pursuit of community health center status, we've submitted an application to the Bureau of Primary Health Care. It's a federal program. It would actually be bringing tremendous resources in to provide health care to this population, the population we serve. And that request was deferred. It was not denied, it was deferred. And because it was deferred, this became an option for us, or this became, we were looking for creative ways to maintain and even grow our services with that request being deferred.
And that's something that deferral, meaning it's, you're coming back up and.
Exactly, yeah.
You're hoping to pursue that in the future then?
We'll be pursuing that vigorously. And in fact, we really can make a pretty strong case, I believe, that's going to be a pretty, that mechanism, that program is just an amazing economic driver in communities like ours. There are 13 community health centers in Kansas, Lawrence is the second largest county in Kansas without a community health center. We're making a strong bid for bringing one to Lawrence, and we're talking about bringing healthcare jobs to Lawrence, primary healthcare jobs. So the timing of it is based on what we had originally believed to be an approval back in August, and it was deferred, and we're anticipating that that's going to come back up again in the spring.
Do you believe that with if this is something that the city can help with right now, that will help or hinder your request?
I believe it would help our request enormously. I think that the involvement, the participation, community in community health center is very much that it involves participation of the entire community. So we believe this would help.
Eric, thanks. You know, this was, I brought this forward initially because I had been talking with Dave Johnson about this status that, you know, the community health service status that we're trying, I think at one point in time, they were hoping to dovetail some of the services between Burton Ash and this entity that we're talking about tonight. And this deferral, I think, put them in a position where they realized that they could continue and grow and build the operation that I think then it would probably strengthen our opportunity to get this status and designation. And I think talking to Dave Johnson, not knowing anything about this request, I think back in I think May or June, I think he was pretty excited about the opportunities to increase the services here in our community. And I think the fact that we're already helping with Burton Ash, I mean, they're a partner of ours. I think this fact that we, you know, are basically vested in this, you know, healthcare through Lawrence Hospital, you know, I think there's kind of our fingers are already in a lot of the pies associated with healthcare. And I think this level of service provides people who really have no other need, and I think might actually diminish the impact on the other entities that we already are in support of. You know, Lawrence Memorial Hospital I know is in support of this, and I know that Burton Ash is in support of this. So when this came forward, it kind of made sense to me more than maybe you guys, because I'd already talked to Dave, and I thought he thought it was going to go forward, and that the status would be approved, because we are, as John pointed out, you know, one of the largest communities without this
Right.
type of entity in place. So I think it's only a matter of time. I think what this does is it gives us an opportunity to get things moving, get their systems in place to where billing can occur, and they can start getting reimbursement. That federal reimbursement turns into jobs, and I think that's what John's talking about, is once we get the money rolling in, we can actually hire more healthcare providers, provide better service, and have the federal government help us with that process. So it kind of is like a job-creating entity, in that if we get this person billing, they can start creating revenue. They can reimburse the Heartland Community Health Center, which will then create more jobs. And I think that, for me, was what triggered my interest in this.
Sure. Sure. Thanks. Go ahead, Mike.
John, thank you for your request. The questions that I have, though, are for staff. Dave, what's the current balance in this fund balance of special alcohol?
I know it's in excess of $100,000.
Okay. You know, isn't there pretty good competition amongst agencies for this money?
There is. Not all of the requests are funded. We have our Social Service Advisory Board that receives the requests, vets the requests to some extent, and then makes a recommendation to you all during our budget process. So not all of the requests are funded.
And see, and that's one of the problems that I have here, is that there were recommendations made, and that we did consider all of the agencies at one time. And not to take away from your program at all, John, but, you know, we did have agencies go through the normal request cycle, and that recommendation made, and we accepted, and we agreed to budget those. So I guess that's where I'm having a tough time here, is we've had to tell somebody no, and now a mid-year kind of request coming forward. And I'm not sure that this is the way I would want to do this.
I'm curious, is this for all the county or just Lawrence residents?
Actually, our county and beyond.
Okay.
We also serve residents of Shawnee County, Jefferson County, Franklin County.
Okay. Dave, do you know if is this something we talked about or consider sharing the cost?
Well, we do know that Douglas County helped with some aspect of their work, but we haven't gone beyond that.
Okay. Yeah, my only thought, I guess, is similar to Commissioner Amix's, that we don't, because we don't have enough to go around, those decisions that are made at budget time, and I know we're talking about next year working on a little bit better process for identifying what of the social services we're going to fund and to what extent, based on what our goals are, whether it's to get. Because if services came up here individually during the year and were able to really present what their challenge is or what the opportunity is with this funding, as you've done, because to me it's a no-brainer, I want to give you the money before you even finish your presentation. I could do that with about anyone that, I mean, all of them. And I'm on the board of one that, I'd like to see more funding, and I know what good it'll do. So that's the challenge as we go through the budget. We can't fund everybody, and it's a lot easier to deal with it, I guess, because we don't have them right in front of us to say, this is what we need. And it's very difficult to potentially say no to you, because I know you'll do great work with this. And it'll come back to us, sounds like many times over. Just to have the concern about what that does sends to the rest of the social services out there that, are sticking by that program. Is my only challenge. Sounds like money that's would be well used. Still struggle with it though.
It's definitely not it's not the way we'd like to see it happen. In an ideal situation, this would have come earlier. Would have been judged, against everything else. It is tight. Funding's tight for everything, and it is difficult to choose between those things, and whether it's Van Gogh Boys and Girls Club, Ballard Center, whatever, the arts. Everything is great and is well needed, and a lot of these things, it is difficult to choose between them. I think that there is some timeliness here it's important, as moving forward with designation. And I mean, I think that and that was the sort of standard that I would need, that I needed personally in order to feel good about sort of at a season request. And that's typical of this body. When we get the request, we look at it and we say, hey, is there a reason that we have it now, and is this good? Is there good that's going to become of this? Looking at it today versus evaluating it with the rest of our requests when budget season comes around. So very little that I mean, I've never heard anything but incredibly positive things about your organization, and as healthcare. Every year gets more and more and more expensive. It's ridiculous. The healthcare inflation is just it's just astounding, and that your services that you're providing are more and more important, and I appreciate those tremendously. So.
Dave, can you highlight some of I know this has happened in the past, where people have come out of season and requested funds from our organization.
Sure.
Can you give me a couple of examples in the last 6 or 8 months, or 10
Well,
months, or a year that's happened?
You had one on the consent agenda. Theodore Lawrence made a request just as we were finishing the budget process, and we were able to point to a fund balance in our guest tax fund to pay that over time. Obviously, you get, and the other one that I mentioned earlier was SRS. That request was after we had finished the budget. It really wasn't a request. It was you and the county commissioners acting in the breach while the state didn't. So that's an example where we had to move after budget time to deal with. We've had similar requests for social service items, and we'll have probably more I'm trying,
Yeah, it's
Commissioner,
like
I'm trying to think of some
100,000.
others.
I mean, I'm trying to remember, because when it first came up, I was trying to think how often this has happened in the last 5 years since I've been doing this.
It hasn't, it's infrequent.
Yeah.
And,
More
we try and
lately.
find ways to respond to what the commission, how the commission wants to deal with this. It's a balance there. You've got the competing values of trying to make sure that there's money to fund everything else, with the fact that there's a worthy request. And in this situation, I don't see, dramatic harm to the fund balance in this particular fund where we're recommending that it come from. But you've got the precedent, and you've got the concern about the fact that they didn't fund all the requests. Now, I don't want to speak on behalf of the committee, and I certainly don't want to disparage the other requests, but in some cases, they've looked at that particular funding request and said, well, they don't necessarily need the money, or it really doesn't fit within some of our goals. As Commissioner Carter indicated, we're going to be working with United Way and some other agencies here in the coming weeks and months to see if we can't even make our decision even more deliberate in that area as far as trying to achieve certain outcomes and goals for the community. So it may be that they didn't find that some of the requests that weren't funded weren't necessarily appropriate at this time. I don't know if I'm helping for those issues, but that's you're balancing both of those among those different goals.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I don't see this. I haven't seen this happen a lot. I do know it has happened, and I know recently we sat here and found some money for the theater, and I think primary health care to me is a much higher level of priority for our community, and theater is important, but people's lives and health and ability to work and go to school, I mean, those are the kind of things that we're talking about here. So I'm going to advocate in that I think, we need to decide if this is appropriate, one way or another, venue or way to request money. And if the money's available, I think that's one thing. But the second thing is, if we're going to advocate one-time requests, I personally can't think of a more important one than, the livelihood and health of people in our community who don't have health insurance. I mean, I think that's an important goal, I think, for the city, to be providing a healthy place for people to come and seek care that they may not be able to get in other places. So, they've been providing this service for a long time. It's not going to go away without us, but I think it's important to note that, they're trying to create a partnership with one of our entities that we fund heavily, which, Bert Nash, and I think the more legs we can give this to work, the more likely that partnership's going to occur, and it's going to have a positive impact in our community. I'm done advocating in that instance.
Good. Maybe we need to see if there's public comment, and then we'll bring it back. I think we seem to be at the almost commission discussion at this point, and we might want to open it up.
And if I could just say, I think this probably cuts both ways, but we've not made a request before, and I think that does cut both ways. I think part of the way it cuts is that we don't have a relationship here with the City Commission. At the same time, we've done this on our own for a number of years and haven't needed to request funding. So I know that does cut both ways, but we're here because we need the money, and we can make good use of it, and this is a critical time. So that's part of the reason for our request now and our approach now.
Appreciate it.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
As I read your memo, it indicates that you're requesting $25,000 for a billing specialist, in which you hope to recap much more than that in the first year and second year. Do you have any idea how much is out there that this one person might be able to generate in terms of billing?
Yeah, we're working toward a 60-40 payer mix, Medicaid, Medicare insured. That's the balance we're looking for. We would that kind of a mix would allow us to serve again a 60-40 mix, 40% Medicaid, Medicare insured, 60% totally uninsured. And so these reimbursements would allow us to do some cost shifting that would allow us to serve more uninsured people. Under the Affordable Care Act, inside of 2 years now, there's going to be thousands more people who are covered on Medicaid. So over the long haul, this is going to be a tremendous area of opportunity, I guess, for the local safety net. Speaking directly and specifically to your question in terms of numbers, the position would easily be sustainable within a year itself, and then some. We hope to fund providers. I don't have at my fingertips exact numbers, but the pro forma suggests that this will pay for itself easily within a year, and then some.
Thank you. Is there public comment? I just wanted to
Yeah,
sure that
thanks.
we had an opportunity for that.
Well, I think to your points and Commissioner Devers, you know, if we were to, I'm swayed. I'm good with voting for this. I think when it comes to setting up those guidelines and kind of going through and setting up our priorities for next year, at least me personally, this certainly fits right into what I see as priorities, is keeping people working and also potentially even adding jobs. So this goes a step further than what most social service requests might do in that regard. Also all the reasons that Commissioner Dever pointed out. But at any rate, I'm okay with putting it to a vote.
Yeah, I believe, I don't think anybody's advocating for the sort of out of season social service requests or any sort of requests that we get. We have a funding, we have a procedure we use, it works, and that's the way we want to see our requests come in and be evaluated. There are from time to time these requests that do come in, and for various reasons. I think the reasons have been explained. I think that the value of the project has been given very clearly, and the prospect of working with our other partners in the healthcare area, Burt Nash and the Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and everybody is very interested in coming up with a community health center. And when our trusted advisors in this area agree that this is the direction that we need to go, and we read in the news and we experience ourselves the cost of health care, and we understand that there's great value for this. So I also agree that this fits right in with our sort of values that we want to see funded, and I like the fact that it sounds like this is something that is potential to fund itself and may not be a sort of an ongoing request, and that helps as well, because there's so much else out there that's so good that needs to be funded as well. We're a community with a big heart, and which is one of the wonderful things about Lawrence. But you're there to, I guess, help take care of our health, which is the most important thing. If you don't have that, then what do you have? So I'm in favor of granting this one-time request at this time.
Mayor, just final comment. I appreciate the comments of you and Commissioner Dever. I still think that we do have, a program set up for these kind of requests during the normal budget process. I think that we did have to tell some, folks that have made the request no, and I just can't tell them no and approve something, outside the normal request time. So,
Understood.
Need a motion?
Please.
Mayor, I'd move to approve a request from Heartland Community Health Center for a one-time payment of $25,000 for a medical biller position.
Motion's made by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Vice Mayor Shum, for approval of the request. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Amix in the negative on that one. Thank you very much. We have Maple Street Pump Station coming up here.
Commissioners, as Matt Bond, our stormwater engineer, comes to the podium to amplify on this introduction, I want to provide a brief introduction about this project. As you know, in 2008, the voters of Lawrence approved a 0.3% sales tax for infrastructure and fire equipment. While that has been primarily devoted towards streets under the plan that you all have approved, a very important infrastructure project is the Maple Street Pump Station, which is located in Lawrence, north of the Kansas River. And Matt's going to tell us a little bit more about that project. You all have, the commission has previously approved acquiring property for the enlarged pump station. According to our plan, 2012 is the year to do the engineering design for the project, with construction to be commenced probably over a 13, 14-year time period. So Matt, I'll turn it over to you to explain the merits of the project.
Evening, Commissioners. This project was highlighted in the North Lawrence drainage study that was completed in 2006 with the City Commission receiving that drainage study. As City Manager pointed out, infrastructure tax was voted on by the community, greatly supported in 2008. This would be funded from that. This is one of the key projects that is targeted with that sales tax initiative. Previously, the property that we were talking about locating the pump station, here's the System 6 is what is detailed in the North Lawrence drainage study.
Matt,
Almost
can
100 and
may I ask you to please speak into the microphone, because we've had various requests from folks who can't hear otherwise. Thank you.
various systems that were identified in the drainage study. System 6 was this one. There's approximately 192 acres in the watershed. The existing pump station is a converted sanitary sewer lift station with a capacity of about 38 CFS. The new pump station, we're asking you to authorize us to advertise for RFQs, is to study this in more detail. The pump station that would be proposed to go in here would go from 38 CFS to 305. So you can see the current outfall for this structure is a 9-inch tube, and we're looking at 2 42-inch. So the basic problem with System 6 is the railroad tracks and the topography between the river and the outfall for System 6 is about an 6-foot fall in contour. So, I mean, it essentially is a bathtub on the north side of the railroad track, so it has nowhere to go. So with that, we've already acquired the property. Here's a little closer look for what we already have. The existing sanitary sewer, a converted sanitary sewer lift station, is actually in the right-of-way. We'd actually relocate the new storm sewer pump station and probably in the southern parcel, with this being additional wet well storage or buffer for the adjoining properties. And both these figures were in your attachments for the memo. And then what I tried to do is, this is from south to give you an idea of just how this outfalls with the pump station here, and then everything. It pumps it to this point south of the railroad tracks, and then it drains by gravity through the levee. So we're looking at a design of probably about a year because of the complexity of the watershed.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. So
Great. Questions? Thank you. Public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ted Boyle, President of the North Lawrence Improvement Association. And the North Lawrence Improvement and the residents would encourage the City Commission to continue to have staff moving forward on this project. We've been looking forward to this project for several years, long before the stormwater study was done in North Lawrence. So this is something that would really make a tremendous difference in North Lawrence. And, you know, a lot of people think flooding the river. It's not that type of flooding. It's a storm water. You know, in '93, we had a flood down North 2nd and North 3rd Street. And by '95, we had a pump station on North 2nd Street. All that water comes from the airport. All the water, you know, out around that area comes right down there. So none of that water will come to this pump station. All this water is from 3rd Street east to 9th Street, and from North Street to the railroad tracks. Railroad tracks act like a dam. It just stops everything right there. And so around Lions Park and that area in there, we'll have 2, 3, 4 feet of water standing in Lions Park when we have a 2 or 3 inch rain. Of course, we haven't had one of those lately, you know, but I'm sure we will. So we urge the commission to keep moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment on this? Back to the commission then. I think it's a simple request to continue
It's a slam dunk.
our commitment here to want to go ahead and keep the water out of your houses over there. It's revolutionary, right? All right, very good.
Motion? Mayor, I'd move to authorize staff to receive qualification statements for engineering services for the design of the Maple Street Pump Station and corresponding stormwater sewer improvements.
Second.
Great. Motion made by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Vice Mayor Shum. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will take a look at this more as we move forward with it. Next up is the Inverness Park District Plan.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Warner with the Planning Office. I'm going to try to get through this pretty quickly, give you sort of a brief history on the planning process for this plan. This is the planning area. It's roughly 300 acres. The Inverness is on the west, Crossgate on the east, Clinton Parkway on the north, K10 on the south. This is the existing land use from the plan, so we've got high-density residential up here along 24th Place. North of that drainage way, there's some low density and duplex south of that drainage way, and then some ag uses in this area. There's a city park right there. The numbers reflect the properties that were being examined as part of this process. The development history for the area briefly, the property was annexed in about 163 acres in 1999. The original plan included large platted properties along Clinton Parkway that were the most intensive part of the development. The area south of 24th Terrace but north of the drainageway was supposed to be a transition area from the lower densities south of the drainageway. And the area south of the drainageway was to be larger lot, single family. So as that plan went, the highest intensity north of 24th Place, a transition area here north of the drainageway, and then larger lot, low density south of the drainageway. Multiple land use decisions since 1999 have resulted in a land use pattern that has deviated from the original plan. Remington Square, Legends, and the Grove and Casitas have all been approved recently, and this aerial shows the Grove here, Remington Place, the Legends, and then Casitas is going in or has gone in right there, and then Hy-Vee was recently approved for some commercial zoning on that corner. So the City Commission initiated this plan on November 9th of 2010. There was a kickoff meeting that was held on February 3rd. We provided written notice to property owners in the planning area and also to property owners within a quarter mile of the planning area. We emailed notice, emailed notice to a list of stakeholders. Property owners outside the planning area were encouraged to sign up for email notification because we were not going to notify them in writing any longer for future meetings. Approximately 35 attended the meeting, and they were asked to provide input regarding the area's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, a SWOT analysis, and participate in the future land use exercise. The meeting attendees were asked to vote or prioritize by placing colored dots on those SWOT statements that they felt were most important. The highest votes were for a weakness statement, which was density of multifamily, and a threat statement that stated oversaturation of multifamily. They were also asked to form small groups and assign future land uses to vacant land by coloring large maps. This is an example of the issues that were identified for weaknesses in the SWOT analysis, and the numbers next to the issues represent the number of votes that those particular issues got. There was a second public meeting that was held on March 3rd. We sent written notice to property owners in the area and sent a listserv message out. Those in attendance were asked to review draft goals and policies. They were given comment cards to comment on future land use options. There were 5 maps that were presented that had different land uses, but all had a high density residential property on it. So these are the 5 maps that were presented. They're all pretty similar. The darker color is the high density that's seen on each one of those land use maps. So we asked those folks to provide written comments, and then we had verbal comments as well that emphasized no more multifamily in the area. There was some concern by folks at that meeting that they had stated at the previous meeting they didn't want to see any more multifamily, yet we had shown them a bunch of maps with multifamily on it. So staff responded by creating a first draft of the plan on March 21st that had 3 land use options. 2 of the 3 had no high-density multifamily on them. 1 of the options did. And those were the options that the Planning Commission reviewed first. So the first option was a status quo that had residential office for the properties on the corners and medium density for the Remington Square property, which is basically the maximum density for that property currently. The second option had neighborhood commercial on the 2 corners along with medium density for Remington Square. And then the third option had high density residential for Remington Square and also neighborhood commercial for those 2 corners. So most of the written comments received prior to issuing the first draft were against multifamily in the area. Some of the comments received were supportive of non-residential uses, and throughout the process, the owner of Remington Square had proposed a rezoning to increase the density of that property. And there was also a Hy-Vee proposal for the Crossgate and Clinton Parkway corner. We reviewed the first draft on May 25th. We notified written notice to property owners. The Planning Commission held a public hearing and provided direction to staff. Some of the commissioners were in favor of more multifamily and others were not. The Planning Commission also asked staff to make a recommendation between the 3 land use options. So we released a second draft of the plan on July 5th, and the recommendation from staff was for high-density residential for the Remington Square property. The Commission considered the second draft on July 27th and held a public hearing, discussed the plan, and approved it by a vote of 7-1. Their approval had a couple changes. One of them was to basically have a planned development overlay district on the properties along Clinton Parkway, meaning the requirement would be those properties would have to do a PD to develop. We went back to the Planning Commission to make sure we understood the intent was to have a PD, but also to have some sort of public site plan process, and they ultimately said they wanted a public process. It didn't have to be a PD. And again, 3 options that were presented to the Planning Commission: high density or medium density on this option 1 for Remington Square, medium density on option 2, and then high density, which is option 3, which is what the Planning Commission ultimately approved. But your action on the rezoning case, option 2, actually is probably more representative of the situation currently. When they approved the draft, they included the language about having a public process to the rezoning, and then also conditioning that high density on 1-bedroom, 2-story structures. City Commission approved the plan on September 13th, and the County Commission approved it on October 12th. If there's any questions.
Questions? Thank you.
Well, I do have one question.
Sure.
Remind me, which one was it that, of the 3 plans, there was one that was over, I'm guessing obviously the neighbors were adamant for one, it was either plan 1 or 2. Which one of those was it?
It would have been 1 or 2. It would not have been 3. I'm not sure they landed on I'm not sure they landed on 1 or 2 in particular.
Okay, I thought they had. Thanks.
Yep.
Further questions this time? We'll open it up for public comment.
This is Scott Myers. I live at 4440 West 24th Place, which is just on the other side of Inverness. For clarification, the 35 that met through that process, the main focus says he's already stated there was no additional multifamily, and our plan was keep it the way it was with no zone changes at all. So it's very important to understand that did not come through on the plan itself, but I just want to make sure that you're fully aware of that. The other thing that I would like to point out is that I still think, and as I mentioned in an email to all of you, is I think we need to really step back and look at our zoning laws on our multifamily and making sure that they do address population density. That could solve a lot of issues on this one, and I know we're going to have some more issues going forward on potentially other sites. The other thing, recommendation to the city and to the planning commission is to make sure the site planning approval process clearly defines open space and how that property is being developed, so we don't get lopsided development on any future projects that come down the pipeline. Those clarifications would have eliminated this whole mess that we've been dealing with for almost 2 years now. And going forward, I think with those, I know there's going to be a lot of work involved in creating changes to the zoning laws to population density, but I think it's a worthwhile endeavor so that we don't keep continuing to tie up and having these issues. So appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure. Question here.
I had a question for you. You said that in the meeting that there was the agreement there'd be no change to the plan at all, or the no change to the plan of the
Go ahead and step
density
to
on
the
that
microphone.
parcel?
No change. I mean, when they presented the current zone.
Can you please step to the microphone? I'm sorry. Just
Yeah,
people
when
like
they
to
were
hear.
presenting the zoning, the main option that we're looking at is do not change the current zoning law or zones that were already approved. So I personally was not in favor of any commercial use. Leave it alone. So keep it at RM15, which is what it is, and don't change it. And whether we were waffling as a group of 35 between 1 and 2, again, we're looking at also the realization that these property owners are going to want to develop the property. We understand that the left-hand side of Inverness and Clinton Parkway, zoned the way it is right now, nobody can probably put a project in there. We've already denied one project. They can't make any money out of the current zone due to the cost of the land. We understand that. So we're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place now, is that the cost of the properties are too high for what the zone laws are at to make any profit. So that's why we were probably waffling on 1 and 2, but the main emphasis of the residents is no increase in multifamily. Leave it at RM15. That's what Remington was approved at. That's what they built at. We ended up with lopsided, and we got to deal with that.
Okay, so I guess I still need an answer. You're saying that not just this 5-acre parcel that Remington, forget Remington, I'm talking about the plan.
The plan.
No changes to any of the zoning in any of the parcels in this plan is what the neighbors wanted?
Yes.
Zero
Leave it
changes.
alone. Leave it alone. Yep. I know it's going to be tough to do, to get a viable project into these corners.
Thank you.
I'm Jamie Holst. I live at 4403 Gretchen Court. It was never put to a vote between 1 and 2 to the neighbors, so I don't know that we can 100% say for sure. But what I think most of us thought when we showed up at the meetings was that the goal was to figure out a way to come up with a plan that would still allow for development, but would eliminate the need for, or opportunity for more multifamily on any of it. Whether that be an overlay, I don't know how to, I don't know the zoning process to go through to make that happen. But if there was a way to allow commercial but not allow multifamily, and the way that the zoning stands now, if you have commercial, multifamily is considered a step down. So if it's zoned commercial, then it can always still have multifamily. So our question was, can we figure out a way to come up with something that would not allow multifamily? And Dan's answer at that meeting was no. And so a bunch of us said, well, then why are we even here? Let's just leave it like it is. And if somebody wants to come in with a commercial project, we'll go through the same process that we've been going through. And if it's a great project that seems like it makes sense, we'll be a part of the site plan process, and that'll all make sense. A lot of people said that. So I think that that's why Scott has that impression. Does that help? Mm-hmm. And we said the same thing when we got to about May, when the Planning Commission was trying to figure out which plan to kind of work towards. I was at that meeting, and I went back through the minutes, and the majority of planning commissioners were not in support of more multifamily, which is why we were so shocked when it got approved. I think it's important that we stop using the term vacant for that 5 acres. It's a 15-acre parcel. It's completely maxed out. And I know that the attorney for Remington Square wrote a letter suggesting the possibility in the future of a church or some other kind of use. And in the newspaper article that was written about this the last time it was here, it said this will continue to come forward because it continues to be a 5-acre vacant piece of ground. And it's not. It's open space. It's a piece of a 15-acre parcel. So anyway, the neighbors are in support of amending the current plan to change it back. And I don't know that anybody has said anything strongly about taking away the commercial on either two corners. We would be in support of figuring out a way to have that be commercial and have there be some kind of stipulation that said it can't be multifamily.
Jamie, and again, I guess to just clarify, because there was something that I thought you may have said a second ago that conflicted
Wasn't what I
with,
meant.
Yeah, conflicted with that, and I just wanted to be to be super clear. The idea of accomplishing some commercial in that piece of open ground on that corner of that would be
In
something.
the 15 acres?
On the,
Yeah, I'm actually talking about on the
Where?
corner of Inverness and Clinton Parkway.
On the west there.
yes,
I mean-
that's where I'm thinking. In the vacant lot there.
But what people keep calling vacant.
I understand. I was, you missed my smirk.
Okay, sorry.
But
I haven't found very many occasions to feel smirky about any of this. I'm sorry. I'm a
I
little bit
apologize.
worn out.
I do try to
I understand.
to smirk often, and it provides me some amount of sanity. Yeah, in this position. Yeah. But you were suggesting that some amount of commercial in that area, which would be some sort of an upzoning required, because that, as you pointed out, that parcel is currently maxed out. But
Are
if
we
there were-
talking about Remington Square,
I'm talking about
4100?
Inverness and Clinton Parkway, yeah.
Different parcel.
Correct. If we were to add to Inverness, can I see slide number 5, please?
Have to do this.
Yeah. Slide 5 would be a nice picture. There.
There we go.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at. Thank you.
On the upper left
This is what we're talking about. This is the
is
question
the
here.
remaining vacant ground.
Yeah.
And
And
again, at that meeting, when we were told there was no way to eliminate the possibility of multifamily, there's a risk in supporting a plan that supports commercial, because then that would present to your body that we were in support of multifamily, which would be a step down from commercial. And so at that point, when we were told no, that wasn't an option.
Assuming that there was a way of accomplishing that, that's something that there wouldn't be, or that there may be some support for, providing that I understand that the neighbors have been, we've heard comments before here, a multitude of times. I understand that additional multifamily density in this area is not something that the neighbors are interested in. But the possibility of some commercial in this with the exclusion of any multifamily loopholes or any such things would be something that there's a possibility of some amount of support for.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a grocery store strip mall that was in discussion for that area, and I talked to a lot of people, and the only people that had a true opposition were the ones that lived directly across the street. And they had their biggest concern that a restaurant with strong odors. They were worried that a restaurant would go into the strip mall that would have strong odors, and they'd be sitting out in their backyard and have strong smells. So they didn't really have any issues with it being commercial specifically, as more as the concern about what might go into the commercial. But everybody else was in support of a grocery store and the potential traffic that would bring, because it would be different, and it would be within walking distance of our houses.
I thought I remembered that discussion, but we've had, it was this corner, and then there was another corner that we saw, maybe this was 2 years ago, that we were talking about. I wasn't sure if I was remembering correctly, but I think this was the corner that we were talking about, the possibility of something going in there.
I'm not aware of anybody that opposed the Hy-Vee commercial.
No.
Or commercial, other than the people that live directly across the street.
I didn't think so. Thank you.
Okay. The pen's not working, so I can't sign that.
We keep the pen out of ink. It's just one of the things we do here.
Follow-up question.
Yeah, sorry, Jamie?
One question.
Questions? Sorry.
I'm trying to be very, very clear here, because
we weren't clear enough before when we passed it and then immediately withdrew from accepting it through a zoning request. I understand that the northwest corner now, commercial would be acceptable. And we've already done the northeast corner, which is Hy-Vee. But yet the 5 acres of open area is not, you don't see that as a potential for commercial in that area. That remains.
Once you add something to that 5 acres, you immediately change the density of the multifamily that's there. You're changing the density of the property.
Right. I'm just trying to make sure we've got all the responses
I think-
to this whole
I think
entire area.
I
consistently-
thought I just asked that and got the opposite answer. So, I mean, I thought that that's exactly what I was trying to ask before. So I'm glad you asked it again, because we just got a different,
Yeah, well, that's why I said, are you talking about 4100 Remington Square? And then I thought you said, no, you were talking about the corner.
yeah, and by corner, I guess it's
You
a
meant
large,
the
it's a
corner of
large.
that lot.
Yeah.
My feeling, I'm speaking specifically just for me, my feeling is that's 15 acres. And if I went out and I bought 15 acres and I developed it in whatever manner was allowed by the zoning, and I maxed it out, then it's done. And if I chose to leave 5 acres of open space, then that's how I chose to build it. And I shouldn't then have the opportunity to come back later and make it more dense.
Yeah, I agree, and I just wanted to be very, very sure, because you also said, or one of the other speakers said, that we're just against any more multifamily houses. So we're trying to figure out exactly where everyone's at so we can make the right decisions when we come through it again. But I'm
That
hearing,
15 acres is maxed out.
Okay.
They've built as much as they can build.
for your pleasure, no more on the 15 acres.
Yep.
Okay,
Anything.
Okay.
Zero, nada.
that's what it sounds like.
Okay. Thank you. Further public comment on this? Okay. Back to the commission.
Yeah, I just have a thought. I think we've heard clearly no multifamily on whether it's that 15 acre or the rest of the Inverness, between Crossgate and Inverness. I think from there, my feeling is, that we just need to determine what's the best use of that area then, because that additional, even including the 15 acre lot, and it may be that its best use is open space, but we're now determining how this should or shouldn't be developed. And my one concern would be, how's that 5 acres going to look? I mean, are we going to benefit by saying don't do anything on that 5 acres, or are we kind of, I don't know, cutting off our nose, spite our face to say no more on that 5 acres? Will that better that area or not? That's my only concern, is what's the best use, and would it be a church there or something else that makes sense? I don't know. So that's my thought.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Hugh. Here's something else for everyone to keep in mind. If we say in this plan, okay, it's going to be open space, period, nothing else, that's as good as this commission sits here. And in 2 years, if there's 3 new faces, it can certainly change to something else, including multifamily housing. So I think obviously that 5 acres of land is going to get used at some time in the future in Lawrence, Kansas. I just don't see it sitting there for the next 100 years as a 5 acre open piece of property. I mean, realistically, it's probably not going to stay that way. So from a planning standpoint, and this is a question to the neighbors and everyone else here at the table, is it more prudent to plan for it and get something that works for the neighborhood, as opposed to just say, we're just going to make it go away for now, and you guys are going to have to deal with that later on. So that kind of follows with what you're saying.
Right.
I just believe something's going to happen on that land someday, and it may not be in the best interest of the neighborhood at that time.
Well, one of the things that happens is we can redo the district plan. We can do this over and over and over again. But on Tuesday nights, every Tuesday night we're here, we're asked to make decisions on any request that comes forward, whether it be on zoning requests, on any land use issue, whether it be on funding of a social service agency. We make decisions. That's what we're hired to do here. We're going to be able to make those decisions on the best information that comes forward from the people that speak at that podium and the information that's provided by staff and anyone else who wants to chime in. So we're going to make decisions based on the best information at the time. Vice Mayor, you're probably right. There is something that's going to be built on that 5 acres, and someday there's going to be 3 people or 4 people, depending on how big the protest petition is, that is going to vote to have something on that property. But, you know, we have said at this point, you know, the plan's okay, but, you know, the request that came forward is not. That's what we did, right?
Yeah.
So I don't see,
majority did, yeah.
a majority, yeah. But the majority on that particular request. And we're going to continue to make decisions like that because that's the information that we had at the time. And, you know, and as long as there's people standing at that podium, you know, and providing us information, we're going to make decisions the same way.
So,
Question for staff. Or did you want to?
I was just going to follow up to Commissioner Manning. So, but when it comes to this plan, now that we're revisiting, or I guess we're giving direction to initiate a text amendment of some sort
Sure.
here. Are you?
2 or 3 years ago, Hugh, we talked about the northwest corner of this property.
Yeah.
And at the time, we considered, I think they were called casitas or, you know, little one-bedroom
Lot like
apartments.
this one.
Yeah. And we said, no, it would probably be more appropriate for some kind of neighborhood commercial at that corner.
Yep. Okay.
Are we ready to direct staff to initiate, you know, a change in this plan that's going to incorporate neighborhood commercial at that corner? It's going to leave the remaining amount of Remington Square property at the RM15, and, well, we've already got the commercial at the other end. Are we ready to do that?
I think I would propose
As far
that we.
as, you know, the text of the district plan to reflect more of the neighborhood commercial being on the west end.
It already has that.
Yeah.
That's already in there.
Okay, but a larger amount?
Well, you're talking about including that 5 acres?
No, that's already maxed out. You're talking about the 5 acres on the west or east side of Remington Square?
Right. That's been left undeveloped, shall we
Right.
say. Open.
Because it's maxed out at the RM15 that it's at.
Right, and that's all I'm saying is, do we want to, is it in best use of that land, even based on its location and whatnot, that it even sit there empty, or do we want to direct, as Commissioner Shum was saying, I think I'd be more in favor of directing this plan and settling for what is acceptable there, and making clear whatever it is that it can't be downzoned or in any way changed to multifamily. I mean, we can do that within the M&S Park District Plan. I was just wanting to clarify on what that you were saying, that you prefer to leave it as is and just not approve the upzoning that as we just did, which would leave that 5 acres, that parcel basically developed.
Well, currently we have a plan in place that has a higher density, higher multifamily density. It calls for a higher density.
There's no specific zoning stated in there at all, just.
Without the specific zoning, but it gives us that, a request came before us that met that plan, and we denied it, and then it, you know, the question was raised, well, if this isn't what we want, because here's a plan, it matched, or a proposal that matched our plan, if this isn't what we want, then maybe we should change our plan so that we're not, you know, misleading the development community who, you know, comes up with a plan to meet, you know, it goes through the expense and trouble and of developing something that meets our plan, and it's not really what we want. So we were just looking for some clarification, and that's you know, that's what we're being asked to provide today is clarification of whether, you know, this particular area right here, you know, what the future might hold for it. And it is difficult when we, you know, when you see a vacant patch of grass, you know, sitting where it's sitting, that, yeah, somebody's going to come along and do something. And is there something that we can do within a plan to help direct that or not? But, you know, we run into the same, the issues, you know, the sort of Tuesday night, here's what we have in front of us, and we take a look at it. And that's something that we have to do too. And that's why we get the big bucks, you know, to sit here. But.
Yes, Scott, a question.
Mm-hmm.
With regards to the 5-acre open space, is there any, what can go on there? What kinds of things could go on there other than a multifamily that would fit into a plan like that?
Well, there may be a host of things like office-type uses, small office uses, daycare facilities, service sort of facilities. There probably is a host of things. When we look at the comprehensive plan, this property's adjacency to the arterial street section, all those sorts of things. But it is important to note that that open space is considered developed from the code perspective because it requires that land to it's attributed to the density of that. So if we make changes that reflect some sort of development on that open space area, it would probably need to come with some language that mentions upzoning the existing developed Remington Square with conditions that no further development occur, you know, structure type, bedroom type, that sort of thing. But I think that the exercise would be to determine what sorts of uses would be appropriate given the mix of uses in the street network and the infrastructure in the area.
So it could be a residential office kind of setting.
Could be a residential office, could be a church, could be some sort of community facility, could be some sort of recreation use.
We could write into the plan, it can't be multifamily.
Sure. Sure. This plan is a little bit different than some of our plans because it did come with a great deal of specificity in it, that we actually designated that open area to 1-bedroom, two-story development in a multifamily, where typically it would be much more open-ended so that the market could be flexible within our land use designations. They're fairly open-ended. The commercial designation at Inverness, just west of Remington Square, is a little more open-ended in that regard because we don't know what the market's going to bring us, and the commission will ultimately look at a project and determine its merits.
Well, I live on a street that has quite a bit of residential office on it, and it functions very well with neighborhoods when it's laid out right. The traffic patterns are different, the occupancy times of the day are different. It fits very, very nicely, but.
Scott, can you remind me when I'm looking at this picture here, how much the actual corner there, there's another lot there, and just approximately where is that lot line? Are we talking about a thin sliver? No, on the left, on the Inverness.
It's approximately here. This is about 11 acres.
Right.
Here. Similar, I believe, the Hy-Vee development just down the road is in that ballpark of acreage. So there's a substantial amount of commercial that in the process we tried to articulate for the Planning Commission that could actually go there. So you're looking at some sort of 40 to 50,000 square foot, maybe anchor with a couple of outbuildings on it.
The ownership there of the property, what it's currently is to where on?
It's about to that.
Okay, there on that side.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And then
that's the Remington Square piece.
That's the whole piece there.
Yes. So this is designated neighborhood commercial.
That's okay. That's neighborhood commercial there.
Yes, sir.
And then
as is the Hy-Vee site.
That is that creek there. That's
yes.
the approximate lot line there. So
correct.
Okay, great. just, I like this view, but it doesn't have the parcels on it, and so that's helpful.
Well, from hearing what everybody said, I guess one solution might be just to take what's in there in the plan that currently says that portion of the developed 15-acre site in the middle is appropriate for, multifamily, two-story, one-bedrooms. Remove that from the plan anyway, so that we don't have anything in our current district plan that at least says it's appropriate for it. Make sure it's clear that we're not saying it's appropriate for any further development, if that's what we wanted to do. I mean, I don't think we want to leave it unchanged, because the district plan is sitting there saying that we basically are recommending what we just disproved. So we either initiate a text amendment to remove that, but I think the bigger question also is, do we want to go ahead and do more than remove it and assume that that portion there might be better served to be something other than open space? And if it does sit as open space, one concern I have is, how will it really look? Will it really end up looking, I mean, we've already had concerns about how it's been looking since it's been there. What will really add value to sit as open space, or could it be also commercial?
Another question for staff. We're planning this right now, and my question is this a function of the Planning Commission, or are we just going to sit here and dictate to the Planning Commission how it's going to look?
Well, there's a process. There's a public process. If you initiate a text amendment to this comprehensive plan, it will get a public hearing at the Planning Commission, and we will analyze it based on comments from the City Commission, based on a review of the code and all those things we've talked about. Present some options to the Planning Commission as we did previously. The public will have a chance to comment on it, and we'll bring recommendations to you. This does have a little bit of unincorporated area, so this went to the County Commission as well. So
Oh,
this
really?
is a joint, this is one
That's-
of our joint plans.
Yeah.
Can I say that I think we're talking about making alterations to one. I don't think anything I've heard tonight from any of the commissioners, they're prepared to redo this entire plan. Is that correct? I mean, is that the majority commission is comfortable with what we approved a few months ago, and we may have seen some sort of loophole that came through, and maybe we're trying to rectify that at this point in time, I guess? I mean, let's just be clear as possible.
I think, yeah, that's
Okay,
clear.
so they went to the effort of designating this high-density residential and didn't leave it open. They specifically spelled out exactly what the structures would look like, as Scott pointed out. That's very unusual for an area plan. I like Hugh's idea that you just remove that language. High-density residential, Scott, that can be defined as a range of intensities. Can you tell me what those ranges would be?
Well, it typically means 16 plus dwelling units per acre.
So greater than the 15.
Right. Right.
So we're gonna have to clarify that one. And, I think we have to admit that as this area develops, which is what this development plan is all about, that the value of that 5-acre parcel will increase. And therefore, its desire to be developed will, and the pressure to develop it will increase. Right now, it's not, because there's nothing going on. The economy isn't doing great. But as that single corner develops, in my experience, that is going to be the catalyst for additional commercial draw and development in that area. So let's just be honest with what we're doing here and identify if we are or are not interested in trying to steer the development of that eastern portion of the central parcel. Then we need to make that, I think this is an important time for us, and I think we need to, because that parcel's been site planned to the east. We either need to be, value the 15, RM15 type development that's there now and dictate no future land use by the zoning, and wait for the owner to come back and redo it another time when the parcel becomes more valuable. Or we can help, identify this parcel as they've already done on several of the plans, and then specify land use. I mean, that's what we need to decide.
And In my opinion, I believe that it is the best thing that we can do for this particular neighborhood, for this particular area, and for the development in this corner of our city, is to specify, is to admit to the fact that if somebody's at some point in time is going to take that 5-acre bit and change some zoning and do something. We have an opportunity to dictate what we would like that to look like, and how, what potential buffer could exist in that area that would be beneficial. And this is, I think, the time to do that, acknowledging that, no, we don't want any. We've got a certain amount of multifamily on that particular parcel. We don't desire more than that, but we acknowledge that perhaps some buffer in the residential office or something along those lines might be a good overall design practice, transitioning and then from the Hy-Vee corner there into that parcel. I think that protects the value to the neighborhood, and I think it acknowledges some amount of a potential profit for the developer in this particular corner, and it is a good solution overall.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I may, and that's what I'm struggling with, is because the neighbors are basically supposing that this is basically open space akin to you and I having extra land in our backyard and building a duplex. And whether or not that's true or not true, the question is, that's the argument that we're getting, that this is never intended, this is all that was going to be allowed, and therefore we shouldn't allow any further discussion about this parcel. And I guess I just want to make sure that we have a discussion about it.
Right.
Because I know market forces power.
I completely agree with that. This parcel is completely, it is developed out. However, someone's going to come in and do something about it. I can tell you, that's going to happen. We have to acknowledge that as well. And there's a way to potentially acknowledge the reality of that and plan for it at this point in time. That's my...
I understand your argument, and that's what we certainly heard last time we were down this path. But I don't know if that was an argument to keep from having more single-family dwellings on that particular space, or was an argument of being the vista that they all want to enjoy from now until eternity ends. The practical matter is, as we've all started to come to grips with it, is that is not going to stay vacant forever. I mean, it is going to be there's going to be some kind of structure on that, and how do we help the process along to get it to be what we want it to be in the neighborhood, which the neighborhood has just said, no more no more multifamily housing. And I think that's the answer. I also believe that that question that you just posed will be answered at the public hearing that you have. If people rant and rave that, no, by gosh, that was always the intent of openness and vista, then the planning commission will pick it up. If there is a thread of conversation, thought that, well, maybe it would be better to have it planned into a different kind of transition between commercial on the northeast corner and multifamily, then certainly they'll pick that up. So I think we're ready to shove off here.
So then the question is at this point then, is professional recommendation, what is the natural progression, knowing that multiple families, additional multiple families not going to be allowed on that 5 acres, what would be the natural progression of zoning between an RM15 and a commercial?
Right, and we'll look at that.
For a 5-year, or a 5-acre site.
Right, and we'll study that, and we'll bring back options and have that discussion at the hearing with the Planning Commission.
Here's an additional concern that I have on that particular parcel. So I'm sorry, it's 5 acres or so that we're talking about, the extra yard space. By making a change there and suggesting that it's okay to develop that in some fashion, the remaining currently built upon parcel becomes upzoned. Now we bulldoze it and go to the maximum of whatever that level is, and so so we go from wherever we go. It's
That's
entirely
right.
plausible.
That's part of the,
Yeah.
this is part of the slippery slope we're talking about here.
So we go from a 15 to a what, and then how do we, we don't want more than what is there currently.
We have tools to address that, like the conditional zoning that was proposed previously
Okay.
with the 1-bedroom, 2-story development. We have zoning tools that I think we can apply to that.
Okay. That'd be something that I would be interested in discussing as we look forward.
I don't think so. I think we are. Just to follow up on Commissioner Amy's question, I could be wrong, but I think what he was looking for was just, what typically is a transitional development from RF-15 in that, adjacent to that, it would be basically commercial.
Well, I think the discussion with RSO, for example, has to occur in the framework that it's sort of a mixed-use district. That would be a transitional zone, but does allow residential. So if we're trying to get away from residential, I think our plan itself has to have specific language about what our vision is for that particular lot, what our goal is. Perhaps it calls out very specific categories of land use in the development code, because it's going to be difficult to remain at the 30,000-foot level sector plan type narrative. It has to get very specific, I think, with specific uses. Churches, office, low-scale office uses, single-story buildings, for example, really try to get a framework for what the vision is there for the neighborhood and for the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think really dialing in on this particular issue, I mean, it is helpful to have that specificity, because we're, it's so often with something like this, we end up dancing around the real issue, and when we're talking about, but being able to call out specific land uses and prevent additional density here is, I think, what would be the best course of action to protect the future development on this site and the future ability to build on it. So, is there any other direction at this point? You are seeking direction and not motions, or
I think we're
how would you?
seeking, if appropriate, a motion to initiate the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay.
And then I think we've captured a lot of the direction, so we'll take that forward.
Okay, but just procedurally. Any other comments or questions or thing that we need to add to that? Vice Mayor? Did you?
Ready to make a
Okay.
motion.
All right, was there anything else anybody needed to thought relevant, salient to the argument here that we wanted to make sure got brought up?
No, thanks.
So what's the motion gonna be?
Yeah. I would move to, I'm sorry, you ready to make a motion? I'd move to initiate a text amendment to the comprehensive plan, specifically the Inverness Park District, to remove language on the central, the parcel we're talking about here, the 5 acres that specifies it to be a multifamily. High density multifamily, and to come up with some specific language to direct what it is we'd like to see there.
You want to determine appropriate uses
Yes.
for future development.
Right.
I love how you jump in and help
If
us
any.
out.
Sorry.
That's good. No, that's
That's what I
helpful.
want. That's right.
We need it. Good.
That'll do it.
Clear? Clarity?
Second.
Motion's been made to initiate some text amendments to the Inverness Park District Plan to provide some clarity.
Discussion, please.
What's that?
We have some additional discussion.
From,
Just a comment
Oh.
that.
sorry, you wanted to make it.
Yeah, please.
You're pointing with your pen.
That I think we all heard substantial comment that there was lack of notification. So I want to be very, very specific to the people in and around the neighborhood that they get, if they didn't get notified, I certainly want to get them notified. And if they, well, that's the point. We want to make sure that everyone knows about it, so when it goes to the planning commission, they can be down there and get their say in, so that we don't have another backlash on this plan when it finally gets done. So, staff comment there.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, we want to make sure that folks are, I know that's our neighborhoods, plans like this, and it is a lot of work to keep up on this process. So next stop, Planning Commission, and then back here. So just your work seems to be never done, but I appreciate your involvement in this. It helps to develop the best plan that's possible. So
Good enough, let's go.
motions made by Commissioner Carter. Was there seconded by Vice Mayor? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll send this down to planning and take another look at it. I do. We will take a 10-minute break at this time, and then we will conclude our business here. 10 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you, man? Good. Good. See you. Hey, say, Chuck, how you doing? So you're gonna have it done by spring, aren't you?
We'll find out.
14 sometime, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, one step at a time.
Yeah.
We're slow, but we get there.
I know, I'm on the tax audit committee, so I see that money where it goes.
Just save enough for the construction. Or later. Both of us will be retired by then.
Very good. All right, we're back at it here now, and we are going to be tackling ORIAD
Good
right
evening.
now.
Good evening, Mayor.
We should be able to wrap it up.
Commissioners, Scott McCullough with the Planning Office, and I'm happy to continue our discussions on congregate living and multi-dwelling parking standards this evening. The parking standards for congregate living or boarding houses and multi-dwelling uses or apartment houses were revised last January to require 1 parking space per bedroom, except that, and I'm quoting the code, whenever a structure 3,500 gross square feet or larger, as of the date of the ordinance passed last January, on a property 8,775 square feet in size or less, is renovated as a multi-dwelling structure or congregate living use, parking shall be provided at the overall rate of 0.5 spaces per 1 bedroom. So the code increased the standard in one vein and also provided a variance, a reduction in parking in another vein for those structures that were larger on small lots. And we recognize that certain lots couldn't accommodate the parking required for the large structure. Staff subsequently interpreted this new language to include unfinished basements and attics, since the standard is based on gross square feet. The outcome of this new standard effectively made 83 properties in the ORIAD neighborhood eligible to use the 0.5 parking space standard. This outcome was new to the discussion, and after it was presented to the City Commission, the Commission requested that the Planning Commission review the items noted on this slide. They did so in November. Your 3 specific items were to basically determine whether basements and attics should be used when calculating the structure size, review a packet of new data compiled by staff and presented to the Commission first, and then the Planning Commission in November, and confirm whether the outcome and implications of the code amendments are desired, mainly whether or not the 83 eligible properties was desired of the Planning Commission's intent, and review other structure sizes to determine if the outcome on the ORIAD neighborhood specifically of using a different structure side was more or less desirable to using the 3,500 square feet. This reflects part of the analysis in that this table has been included in the packet for a little while. There are approximately 443 parcels in the ORIAD neighborhood, which represents the universe of parcels, 100%. There are now, actually, this is old data, about 22 to 23 approved or non-conforming congregate living structures in the ORIAD neighborhood. That represents this percentage. There are approximately 80% of the parcels that actually meet the first part of the criteria, which is being a small lot. Of the structures that are large, they all fit within this universe of 80%. So it's a 2-prong criteria to get the 0.5 parking standard. So the code standard of 3,500 square feet or larger, including basements, yields 83 net, or about 20% of the properties in ORIAD eligible to receive the parking standard. If we were to interpret it without the basements, it would drop to about 10 or about 3%. Then we also went through the exercise of what that would look like for stepping that up to 4,000, 4,500, and 5,000, color-coded here by the amount of square feet, and then whether it includes basement or excludes basements. And you can see they yield just different percentages within the district. So the Planning Commission considered the full record, and the majority consensus was that the consequences of the revised code were overreaching from what they intended it to do. I think they intended to, with their recommendation to the City Commission, that the reduced parking standard be applied in structures over 3,500 square feet, but that calculating such did not include basements or attics. They believe that it should be used more sparingly than the 20% outcome of staff's interpretation. Just a couple of more slides here. The action options we believe present to the City Commission are to maintain the current staff interpretation and maintain approximately a 20% amount of property, number of properties in ORIAD eligible to receive the reduced parking standard, increase the gross square feet of the structure from 3,500 to some agreed upon amount, and maintain the interpretation to include unfinished basements in the structure size. Number 3 would be to maintain 3,500 square feet, but direct staff to interpret the code in a manner that does not include basements or attics when determining the structure side. This would in effect, reduce the number of structures down to that net of about 10. And that's an administrative direction and would now, we now know would uphold the Planning Commission's intent of their recommendation to you last year or the year before. Item number 4 here, option number 4 would be to do number 3, but also initiate a text amendment to the development code to clarify this language, which I think would be important if that's the direction of the Planning Commission. I do want to note that when the code amendments were approved in January of last year, it came with a provision that boarding house use, the congregate living use, was added to a section of our Article 15 dealing with nonconformities that added them to the list of single-family detached dwellings that if they were damaged past 60%, they could be rebuilt per their approved site plan. We do have, like I mentioned, 2 or 3 site plans since last January that we've approved that have been built or in some stage of being built or approved that would get to maintain their status of approved site plan, even if we went in and changed the code and reduced the number or interpret it differently. As I understand and recall, all of those site plans were pretty close to being 3,500 square feet and may or may not have used the basement in the calculation of that. So I wanted to make that clear as well. Our recommendation to you after receiving the comments from the Planning Commission are to take up option number 4 and direct us to interpret the code in a different manner that would exclude basements and attics and initiate the text amendment so that we could clarify it in the code.
Question for you, Scott. When we talk about basements, we talk about attics. We haven't talked about what is a basement and what is an attic. I've lived in my share of old houses, live in one now, and my basement's, height is a certain amount, and I've been in basements before that are 4 foot high versus 8 foot high, and an attic that's nothing versus an attic, which is a fantastic room. So
I think we're going to have to get to that level of detail and definition in both the building code and development code to determine this in the text amendment, because you're right, it's not just ceiling height, it's also how much exterior of a basement, for example, as I understand the building code, that is exposed to the exterior. So how much subgrade comes up the basement wall helps determine what a basement is as well, and what percentage of that basement foundation wall is exposed to grant you a walkout, for example.
Okay. Yeah, it becomes a, yeah. When do you stop being a crawl space or something else and turn it into a basement? Yeah.
Right, and I think that's going to be one of the easier parts to distinguish, that you've got the height, because, well, it has come up in terms of, can I convert a crawl space into a basement? We get creative here, so can we remove the house, build and dig out a basement, put the home back on? Is that complying with the intent of this? And so we get into those kind of discussions with this as well.
Can I follow up to that?
Sure.
Scott, when we do have pretty strict definitions in our code, though, as to what is habitable versus not. So when it comes to determining a habitable basement, and is that what you were asking about, is how clear are we, or what is that definition?
Part of this is it's not habitable now, but is it habitable later? But again, I can take a crawl space, lift up the house, dig out a basement. Now it's
right. Okay. No, we do have very clear building code definitions about what is habitable, but again, a lot of what we see is improvements to a basement structure or attic that are needed to get you egress windows out for fire code and building code elements and those sorts of things.
Gotcha, thanks.
So it's very rare that it's not touched in any way and we just do interior finishes.
Scott, I appreciate the work that's been put here. You and I talked this afternoon. We adopted the Oread neighborhood plan, and now we've got the the consultant, you know, that we're gonna get all that on board. We're gonna do the overlay districts. Are we essentially gonna be redoing this item again when this comes back up? Or tell me how all that works.
Well, it's a citywide code, so it does actually work. We are seeing some congregate living uses outside of the Oriad neighborhood, and we've tried to emphasize that this is, we probably have conditions where, or properties that meet the two criteria outside of Oriad as well. And so it's going to be applied citywide. The Oriad overlay districts are going to see portions of Oriad in and overlay design standards on them, which may affect this code for one or all of the different, I think there were 5 zones that we're looking at with the Oriad overlay districts.
Other questions this time? Thanks, Scott. I guess remembering here that what exactly we're speaking to on this particular issue. Public comment, please keep it narrow in this. There's a lot of variety of issues within the Oriad neighborhood, and there's a time and a place to, you know, discuss those, but we're working on a very narrow confine. So with that in mind, is there public comment at this time, please?
My name is Candace Davis. I live in the Oriad neighborhood, and I certainly thank you for hearing this out again. It's been 3 years. It's a long, long time. I am assuming we're here to clarify the intention of the Planning Commission with regard to the suggested exception to the parking standard for the boarding house congregate living code. I attended that meeting, and it was very clear at the Planning Commission in November 14th last year that they had overwhelming support, that they had no intention of including unfinished spaces. In fact, there was support that 3% was reasonable, and especially Commissioner Finkeldye was very emphatic. I have a letter, I think I sent it all to you before if you care to see it again, regarding the takeaway from that meeting. As you know, the Oriad residents initiated updating the boarding house code 3 years ago. And the purpose at that time was that we have a fair and equitable parking standard in the neighborhood that included and addressed all of the rental types in the area. The problem we had was that we noticed boarding houses were being expanded drastically because they had a lower parking standard. So over the last, over 2 years, we had open meetings, discussions, and the Planning Commission and the City Commission, as Scott McCullough indicated, supported 1 parking space per bedroom. While the body of the amendment that has been approved is supported by residents that live in the neighborhood, it's the exception that's the problem. And to my mind, that exception makes no sense because it totally negates 1 parking space per bedroom. No boarding house is a small house. They're large. And the exception size was taken in part by looking at the size of boarding houses. The exception is in fact close to an average size house in the neighborhood. This could impact 20 houses or 20% of the houses, which could potentially be 83 houses. Parking is already a horrible issue. It's really difficult, and it will create, more of a parking problem. And I'd also like to say that preserving old houses is something many of us are interested in, and I don't believe a boarding house is a salvation to historic preservation. There are many different ways to save old homes. I believe an effective blight code is a big start, which could enforce the codes and the standards so that houses aren't deteriorating. And also in the future, a rental registration program that helps to maintain safety standards in the neighborhood would also be helpful. So as a representative of the Oread Residents Association, I'd like to say that we support an interpretation of the code that does not include unfinished spaces. Any other modest adjustments that seem to be fit or should be considered, that can be done with a thorough examination of those overlay districts. But right now, it makes most sense to proceed to put an end to all of this for all of us. I'm sure you don't want to see me down here again about this, and likewise, I'm really tired of being here. And there are no big bucks here coming my way for coming down for 3 years. So, but I support your big bucks. Anyway, thanks very much.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask a
Yeah,
question?
a question for you, Ken.
Of the properties that have been redone, the boarding houses that have been redone in the neighborhood, and there's been several, I guess, what kind of problems exist from those buildings right now?
What kind of problems exist? I would say it has to do with occupancy, and it's very similar to problems that Commissioner Shum has experienced and the Chief of Police have experienced in single-family neighborhoods. There's a disruptive element. While I think it's fine to have some, I think we have way too many right now, and there's a disruptive element with trash, noise, I think illegal activities that I think are burdensome and make for an unpleasant living situation.
Thank you. Public comment? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, careful. You get the
Is it
iron gavel, remember?
Whoa. I'm signing in, don't start the clock.
We keep our pen without ink, though, so it's.
I brought my own.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope not. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Melinda Henderson, and I live at in Brook Creek neighborhood, which I'm sure you all remember. I'm here tonight as a former Oread neighborhood resident, and want to support the staff recommendation number 4. I lived at the corner of 10th and Ohio for several years, and during my time there, I watched Ohio Street turn into less of single-family homes and more congregate living spaces. In fact, the first house I lived in off campus in the 1100 block of Ohio was nearly doubled in size, and I was just appalled and amazed that that could even happen. I was lucky that the house that I lived in had off-street parking, so I didn't have a personal problem as far as having a parking space. However, I can certainly testify that if I had not had that space, I would have had a lot of trouble finding a parking space. And I can also testify that what Candy said is true, that the more congregate living spaces that you have there, the more disruptive and the more disruptive issues occur, and especially the trash. Sometimes I would walk down to 9th and Ohio to the corner store to get a few items when I didn't want to drive to the grocery store. And one morning, whenever I did that, I would always take a plastic bag with me and pick up the trash. And this was one morning after a football game, and it was Sunday morning, and I was walking along picking up the trash, and I ran into another resident, and he said, "Oh, that is so great what you're doing." And I said, "I wish I didn't have to do it." But, it's a fact of life living in a very densely populated neighborhood. And I love Oread, and I would like to see it be able to continue to thrive because it's a wonderful place to live. So I would encourage you to follow staff's recommendation tonight and remember that it's not the commission's job to make sure that any developer venture is profitable to the tune of however many zeros they feel that they need. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Katie Welsh, and I'm representing the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association tonight. And I've said this before, we support the staff's recommendation. We know this is a citywide ordinance. We already have one congregate living house in the neighborhood, which has been an ongoing problem. And we've had people nearby that house move out of the city just to get away because the police can't handle it. Anyway, we would like to see this controlled, although most of the houses in our neighborhood are more modest. There are some houses that could be converted, so we support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to sign in, right?
Please. Thank you.
That is a bad pen.
Yeah, it's, maybe we do our budgets in April, and this April we're considering.
There's another box.
Yeah.
Okay, that did it. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is John Brewer. My address is 1109 Ohio. And I came to this meeting a month or two ago to basically say the same thing I'm going to say now. I'm a very happy resident of the Oriad neighborhood. The improvements that I've seen to the houses on our street have improved the quality of everything. I mean, we've got a higher living standard there. My main beef, as it was before, is parking. Because I'm working from home now, I may have to park during the day as opposed to when I was commuting over to Shawnee. If I was leaving early in the morning, it was no problem. I get back at 5:30 or 6, there's always a parking place. But during the day, it's a much dicier thing. So I definitely support option 4 because I don't want to see this parking intensity increase anymore. And that's basically my only concern. So that's my testimony tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
My name's Ellie LeCompte. I'm a property owner in the Oriad neighborhood. But as part of the original Oriad Neighborhood Association, I did a study basically trying to figure out just exactly how many parking spaces were on the street. And the way it works out is that there are approximately 1 parking space per structure on the street. So some of the places in the Oriad neighborhood, not all of them, but for instance, Ohio does not have any off-alley parking. Some of the places in the Oriad neighborhood do have parking spaces in the back, but if you have 8 people and they're allotted 0.5 parking spaces or 1 parking space, you're going to have 6 people who are able maybe to park behind the house, but there are going to be 2 of them who have to park on the street. That's 1 more parking space on the street that is actually available for that structure, if that makes any sense. So the parking situation will be seriously in jeopardy, more so if there are 20 more congregate living structures in the neighborhood. And then I concur also with the noise and the plastic cup trash and the disruptiveness of the congregate living houses. They're temporary residents. Many of them are just there for 1 year. They are not invested in the neighborhood, and they really are not concerned about how people who live in the neighborhood feel about them. So with that, I'll pass. Thank you for the pen, Melinda.
Further public comment?
Excuse me?
I was just asking for more public comment.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Fadila Boumaza here. I am going to keep it brief as I've been here before, and I don't think I'm going to tell you today anything that you haven't heard before. But I would like to just reiterate a couple points. As Candy Davis mentioned, it has been 3 years. 3 long years where every single aspect of this tax amendment that was passed was looked at, relooked at, discussed. So when it was passed and then subsequently an amendment was submitted, it was not only surprising but disappointing because the individuals that submitted it was not happy with the agreement that was a compromise. None of the parties involved were satisfied with that compromise, but it was just that, a compromise. We continue to vilify the boarding houses. What is acceptable? 20%, 4%? What are the benefits? What are the fallbacks and the negative aspects of boarding houses? To me, we tend to overemphasize the anecdotal stories, picking up the trash with the trash bag on the way to the grocery store, illegal activities. I think I have submitted in the past a long list of all the rules and regulations that exist today. They are daunting. If you ever try to renovate a house in the Oriad neighborhood, please believe that it takes a lot of time and a lot of due diligence is performed by the planning commission, by the planning staff and the city as overall. So to think that there are not enough rules and regulation to me is a mistake. And to believe that boarding houses are just being created is also a mistake because they exist, whether you call them boarding houses or you call them illegal houses, whatever that may be. What these boarding houses or these projects have done that could be interpreted as an expansion of boarding houses, they have brought a lot of these old infrastructure to code following process. So new boarding houses per se have not really proliferated. You just see houses that have been left to abandon being brought up to code. It's safer and it certainly improves the neighborhood. So I urge you to actually leave the amendment as is today and let us all move forward. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, Rob Farhas, stakeholder with Crimson Properties, also president of the Neighborhood Association, so I don't know what I'm speaking on behalf, but I just want to go through your action options. Obviously, after 2 years of long work and trying to come to a compromise, I'm going to leave out the whole parking stuff. We've proven facts when we did rehab some of the houses. We actually lowered density and increased parking on most every one. So going along with your action options, we would wholly support, just leave it as it is after all this work, as you've had only 2 since then. If you were to choose option 2, it's all a numbers game. That's not up there, what you feel comfortable with, so possibly the 4,000 square feet. If not that, if you choose option 3, that goes along with option 4, I know Paul Warner Architects submitted a letter that I have, and I completely agree that you should at least look at the definition of habitable, because where we're going to fall in with if you have a house that already has people living in that existing basement, should that not count? I understand there are some basements that shouldn't count, so there's a fine line there. Good luck with the decision. Thank you.
Can I ask, can we put up the
question?
No, I'm sorry, not for you. I'm just asking, can we put
Thank
up
you.
the options? Thanks. Just leave that slide up.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be good. Thank you.
I'm Tony Backus. I'm a stakeholder as well. Just one of the things that I note in this, there seems to be a lack of definition because when we talk about attics and basements, yeah, so many of these houses that we've worked on and gotten permits to do the work on have habitable basements and attics now. So this doesn't specify that those are included. So houses that have already been legally converted could now become illegal based on this wording. And I was really glad to hear John's comments because we worked on 3 of the houses around him. And if the parking is such a problem, why not just regulate it? I have friends who live up near the Jayhawk bookstore. There was so much parking in front of their houses on Strong Avenue in the area. They petitioned to get that changed, and they got no parking on one side of the street. It resolved their parking problems. And I know some people have trouble parking. I work in that neighborhood all the time. I drive and park almost in front of every house I need to work on in the middle of the day. The parking comes and goes. But one of the issues I wanted to mention was that this is a problem that was in some ways created when the residential dormitory zoning changed to RM32. And we were all quite comfortable with residential dormitory. Suddenly, we have houses that were conforming are now being called non-conforming. We've done nothing. We stood in place, and we're at the end of the line suddenly. And so what had been legal previously now needs to be redefined. So there's not a sudden rush to build boarding houses and take advantage. There's a sudden rush to try to be legal and be recognized as what it is and how it's being used. And it's not that there's a bunch of 12-bedroom houses out there. There's a lot of 6-bedroom houses. And Warner's, whatever he wrote, touches on that, that really these houses are there. What do you want to see happen to them? We're going to get Indiana Street, 1000 block Indiana Street is what we're going to get if we don't figure out a way to make these usable. Because you're not going to get young couples coming in to buy houses that cost that much, and you're not going to get someone with enough money to buy that house to not buy on the golf course. It's a lot better places to live. So 93% of the Oread neighborhood is transient. That's just a fact. And if there's too many cups and trash, then we just got to, enforce those codes and make us clean it up better. So, thanks.
My name's Paula Kellogg. My husband and children and I own 2 properties in the Oread neighborhood. We have been preserving houses for 40 years in Lawrence. When you go to the Oread neighborhood or any of our residences, our rentals, we have to negotiate not only the building code department and the HRC, and we follow very strict guidelines. There are houses in the Oread neighborhood that do not follow those because they don't wish to I guess, follow the rules. It's so hard. We became interested in Oread when our children were at KU, and we started looking at apartments for them. We were appalled at the safety and the maintenance issues. Believe it or not, a rental property owner can be a historic preservationist. We took a house built in the 1890s that was condemned and saved it. We cannot do that in bigger houses without the support we need. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Dustin Brown. I am a young resident of 10th and Tennessee. My wife and I moved to the neighborhood about 1.5 years ago. We've loved the neighborhood. I don't want to get into a debate over what we should and shouldn't be doing on this issue. I gained a respect for the neighborhood as a student and chose to buy a home in the neighborhood. This issue up for voting here is an interpretation of what the Planning Commission said. It seems clear to me that it wasn't done as it should have been interpreted, and option 4 seems to clear this up pretty succinctly and allows us to move on to other discussion items in the Oread at a future date. Thanks, guys.
Dennis Brown, Lawrence Preservation Alliance. We believe preservation of structures is important, and preservation of neighborhoods is important. In single-dwelling zoning designations, those neighborhoods enjoy the benefit of a healthy mix of owner-occupied housing as well as rental units. In multi-dwelling designations, it's more complicated because more uses are allowed. Nowhere in Lawrence is this more true than in the Oread neighborhood. In this situation, balance is the key to healthy land use. LPA believes congregate living is a legitimate use, but a potential 20% of structures in a neighborhood is not a proper balance. For such a large number of structures to potentially qualify for a parking exemption that's less than the standard was before this text amendment process was initiated, to us is inappropriate. If attic space and unfinished basement space is eliminated from the interpretation of this exception, congregate living can exist and an additional small number of structures can qualify for the exemptions. That's a very reasonable approach for you to take. It's a very balanced approach to take, and we believe it would be the best preservation approach for you to take in the Oriad neighborhood. Thank you.
Extra pen solves the budget. Don't worry, in April, I donated it. Oh, thank you.
We'll give you a receipt for your taxes later.
Okay. My name is Shafia Lau, and I've been part of the ongoing process. Perhaps you remember me. I'm that person, when the statistics said there are currently 20 congregate living homes in Oriad. 7 of those homes are on my alley. And so there has been a rush because those houses have been put in pretty much in the last 10 years. And so the problems come when congregate living homes are also used as party houses because you have 10 bedrooms and everybody brings their friends. I'm just here to say I support what the Planning Commission has come up with their 4th option. If we have enough parking, it's going to help. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment on this?
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for, again, listening to this issue. I really wasn't going to make any comments tonight because there wasn't anything new to say, and I know you only want to evaluate new testimony, but it's very hard to listen to some of the testimony, particularly about the parking issue, to imply that parking is not a problem, because we all know that it really is a problem, and this new ordinance exacerbates that problem and will do so even more in the future. I have a very simple graphic here that might help explain this just a little bit. I don't know whether it'll show up here. I don't know how this thing even works. Well, okay. What I was trying to depict here is a typical block in the Oriad neighborhood. There are probably 16 houses on a block, and I believe 21 parking spaces along the street. And most of the, this is typical of most of the blocks in the Oriad neighborhood that have parking on only one side. And if there are 16 houses in the block and 20% of them are boarding houses, that means there's 3 boarding houses in a typical block. And with the reduced parking requirement of 0.5 spaces per bedroom, and the lots are typically 50-foot lots, that allows for, 5 parking spaces on a lot. At that 50.5 requirement, hypothetically, you could have 10 bedrooms in that house. So the other 5 are going out in the street. That would be like taking this street here, taking that many parking spaces out of use in order to allow for the additional occupancy. That leaves, 9 spaces for the other 13 houses on the block. I think that pretty clearly shows that parking is a problem, and allowing 83 boarding houses in the neighborhood increases the density and increases the parking problem. It's just that simple. It just doesn't make sense to increase the parking problem anymore in Oread. Thank you very much for listening one more time.
Just have to say, after the effort you went to make that graphic, you had to plan on speaking.
We've seen that one before.
Okay. All
That
right.
one's.
Hi, City Commissioners. I've got a picture I want to show you guys. This is an article that came out in the Journal World in 2002. It was a boarding house on 1100 block of Ohio. John, who lives on the 1100 block of Ohio, was there when we did this house. And on the back page, I seem to have lost my Candy Davis talks about how, I have to borrow someone's copy. I'm so sorry. Candy Davis says about the 12-bedroom boarding house that we did, which is, these are pictures of interior of it. It was falling down. And in 2003, we had completed it. And she says, Backus and Hearn's efforts were useful in the neighborhood's struggle against landlord neglect and KU encroachment. We're hoping to save the remaining housing stock and hold on to it. An improvement like they're doing is something we want to see more of. And if you read the article, sorry. I mean, it goes through how incredibly decrepit the house was. I mean, it was 9 apartments, it was a flop house, and there was no parking in the back. The BZA gave us permission to go ahead and do the boarding house. It has a sprinkler system. And I think that John can testify to, in fact, we've done 4 houses on that street, and John can testify to what lovely people. I mean, those houses have just been great. They have not been menaces. This is another photograph of a house on Tennessee Street, which, you know, we have 30,000 pictures, and in fact, we are missing another 30,000 because we didn't have digital when we started. I came here actually not going to do as much talking as I am. I was going to read a couple of statistical things to you. And I went down to the appraiser's office and had a long conversation with the appraisal staff. And I was interested in what sort of movement was happening in the Oread neighborhood. In 2008, 20 properties exchanged title. 4 of those properties were foreclosures. 2009, 15 properties changed owners. 4 foreclosures out of those 15. 2010, 26 properties changed owners. 6 were corporations. Their deeds, I'm not sure what that meant, if they just changed the deed. There were 3 foreclosures. 2011, there were 10 properties that changed owners. There were 7 foreclosures. I think that's a very interesting trend that's showing up here. The total estimate of houses that, as you know, will meet the criteria is very low if you change what you've already got in place. And even with what you have in place, there are 150 houses that will not qualify for boarding house status because unless they can have 6 parking spots, 5 parking spots, 7 parking spots. There is this iffy number in there of 150 houses. Now, I've gone on to include a few more statistics here, and that is that if we were to depopulate those 150 houses to 4, because there isn't enough parking to, and this is the elephant in the room that Commissioner Deaver is always talking about, the 150 elephants who definitely will not qualify for legal.
Serena, we're now at past our 5 minutes, so
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, I hope I'm making my point about those elephants, and I hope that you guys will encourage people to continue to work on saving these houses, because it takes money to save them.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. Debbie Milks. I live at 945 Ohio. We've lived there for 17 years, and recently, in the last 4 or 5 years, I guess, there's been 4 or 5 houses that have been turned or have been modified. 3 of them, one currently under renovation, into boarding houses. One of those original ones was a very tiny house where we had very few people living, and now it's an 8-bedroom house, which I don't really have an argument with. It's quite nice looking, but again, we go back to this issue we're talking about, parking. The house on my side of the block that was redone was redone, and a single family is living there. So the concern, I think, about saying that we've got to save all the houses and therefore do away with the parking restriction, because if we don't, they're all just going to come tumbling down, I think is a false argument. Houses can be done and renovated into something other than a boarding house. And many of us live in houses that were, I don't personally, but live in houses that were redone very nicely from decrepit buildings, and now have single families living in them. So I wouldn't want to make the parking issue an issue about just saving homes. Obviously, we recognize that there are some homes that don't have the parking and perhaps are not that are just too large to be single-family homes, and that's why we're talking about this exception, which I support. Thank you.
Good evening again, Commissioners. North Lawrence Improvement Association, you know I'm president of that, and we support the Orient Residents Association and believe that, you know, you remodel these houses and everything like that, that's fine because they are saving a historical structure. But in the name of not having enough off-street parking, you figure an 8-bedroom home, you know, boarding house, there's probably going to be a couple people in each bedroom most of the time up there. And you take one person driving a car or 2 people, so you'll have anywhere from 8 to 16 cars parked out on the street. And also, this boarding house situation, it's a business. They're not redoing these so-called historic homes out of the kindness of their heart. They're making money off of it, and it shouldn't be at the expense of parking. It should have adequate parking, off-street parking for those boarding houses. And like some comments have been made, I also know small houses, little small houses, one right across the street from St. John's Church. Had a part built on the back of it that was bigger than the original house in the front, and yet it doesn't have enough parking for maybe 3 or 4 cars. So I would urge you to up the ante on that parking situation. Thank you.
Last call. All right. Back to the commission. Then, a couple of things, just to start out with. Some comments were, made that, just to clarify, I think that Oriad neighborhood's a complex neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. It's a wonderful mix of owner-occupied homes and rental properties and a variety of sorts, including boarding houses. Throughout its history, it's had some sort of mix, and will continue to have that some sort of mix in the future. And it is complicated and it is unique, and we because of that, I think we spend some time on it, and it's justified time, and we'll continue that. We're marching down the road of the overlay district and getting that plan all put together, and that's it's challenging work. So we'll continue with that. We do have some comments were made about the maybe I guess the argument is sort of one in which on one side that that there's sort of the evil landlords, and the other side and the reality is there's a wide variety of people out there. There's a wide variety of qualities of homes and tenants, and from these people who are in these boarding houses are not all I think you can't paint them all with the same brush. I don't think that's fair. I think most of us we're in college at one point in time, and you live a little bit differently, but there's a lot of folks who are renting these properties who are following all the rules and are perfectly delightful neighbors, and that should be something we should all remember as well. I agree with somebody who came up and discussed the fact that we need to deal with blight, and we need to deal with increasing our rental registration program. I wholeheartedly, I think that was that last week we talked about that. Well, I still agree with that, even after a full week. Imagine that. One comment was made that we changed some rules. Somebody who did something, and it was a boarding house, but it's under a certain number of square feet if you count the basement. That is not going to be illegal. There's that's not at all going to happen. It's impossible. It can't be that way. So not to worry about that whatsoever. But those are some of the original things here. As I'm looking at this issue, I want to say I do believe we have a lot more work to be done here on the Oriad. I think that a mistake of intention was made, or a lack of care was exercised when the original code came out, and it's hard to get all the little details. And we ended up with a sort of an exception to the rule, which was a little bit larger than we think it probably ought to be, and that's why it's come before us here. And at this point in time, I absolutely wholeheartedly hope that we continue with our preservation of the homes in the Oriad neighborhood, and that we continue our mix, and that I believe that 3,500 square feet without counting unfinished basements and attics is perfectly adequate for the parking exception. Doesn't mean that those other properties can't be done. There are some of them that may potentially have adequate parking for boarding house, provided that they do, can provide that one space per. But I do believe that 3,500 without the basement and attic is a better way to go.
Well, first I think I was on the planning commission when we came up with this 3,500 square feet, and I know they were charged with coming up with what the intent was of the planning commission. I can only speak for myself, but I do think that it's kind of evident that we don't know I mean, when we were doing this, without having statistics or data to say how many houses we were even talking about, I think that the main idea was we were hoping to make, it was going to be a reasonable number to save larger houses, not, it wasn't necessarily just to come up with that number. And so I guess now that we have the data, whether we include basements or not, how we go, I think it's really a matter of, is 83 houses too many? Is 10 houses too few? And that's kind of what where we're at now. And I think had we had the data, I think we would have it would have been a little different outcome. But I'm not sure that either of those numbers is what we were necessarily after. I'm only speaking for myself, but I think our intent was just to come up with a pretty good number. The challenge with even with doing that, let's say we said somewhere in the middle is the right number. You know, exactly where those go is important too. So, you know, I'm not thrilled about messing with this at all as I am with going and, you know, charging ahead with the Oriented Neighborhood Plan and the overlay districts, because not only are we going to, you know, that's where we can actually identify where these homes could be as well. It'd be more restrictive than simply this code. So, and regardless of what we say here, we still, the overlay district would kind of override whatever we decided. So again, I think that's, but this is in front of us. So the question is, these parking exceptions, they will add to the parking issue that we already have up there. We know that. It's very minimal addition, depending on how many houses, not just how many are approved for it, but how many really become boarding houses. I mean, some of these examples of, you know, I mean, if we did it with 83, there's not going to be 83 new boarding houses up there, but there's going to be a number. But the big problem, I mean, the real parking issue, this is just, you know, I don't know how much we'd notice it with a few more boarding houses, but it's just, I can't remember who it was that provided some good solid data on parking that I don't think Planning Commission has seen, we had seen prior. But 27,000 students and staff on campus, 3,700 or 3,800 that live on campus, 10,000 parking spaces provided by the campus, leaves 13,000 students without parking. That's the problem in the Oriented Neighborhood more than anything. There is a parking problem. It's not boarding houses, and this isn't going to, either way, we're not going to address parking. So I'm not sure, you know, with this particular thing, I think more important is the quality of housing and quality of life in the Oriented Neighborhood. And I read on Land's support of this text amendment. Land says that, you know, that we think that this text amendment achieves the goal and benefit of the Oriented residents or Oriented Neighborhood. And that's where my big concern is that I don't know that this achieves or even what the goal is of that text amendment necessarily, because the issues that we keep hearing, and tonight and all through, this is the 15th public meeting, if you look at the history provided on here, where this has been the issue. And I've been in 13 of them. And I'm not kidding, average, I would say average, because you know we had some that went till 1 o'clock in the morning. Average minimum 2 hours per meeting. So when you take the staff time to present for every single one of those meetings, the commission times, et cetera, you know, we have really massaged this. And in the end, what I feel like is I'm concerned about, you know, the goal being lost in all of this. The goal is quality of life issues in the Oriented Neighborhood. I hear it all the time. And I'm getting shaking heads and disgusted looks from a couple of people who've been coming forever. And I'm sorry, I even made as part of a campaign platform was to focus on this Oriented Neighborhood issue of quality of life. But if I don't agree on every single way you want to address it, then it's a problem. And the thing is, we're on the same page. I want to deal with quality of life issues. I don't know that doing this text amendment achieves that. So when they say this will achieve the goal and benefit the Oriented Neighborhood, I don't know that that's the case at all. I mean, all four really focusing on the things that I think will address quality of life. We keep coming back to things that in the end, frankly, I just don't know if anybody has any idea what the overall impact is really going to be. But certainly we know that I think some better enforcement would be a good impact in there. Dave and I have been having meetings with the university and representatives, and hope to be able to talk about some town and gown efforts that relate to the Oread neighborhood and other neighborhoods that I think can really have an impact on quality of life. When I've talked about these things and the Oread neighborhood plan, I get very lukewarm responses, and I think that those are real efforts to solve the problem. But we really want to focus on more text amendments and staff doing things. We can't deal with behaviors through zoning. So that's all I'm saying is I'm concerned about this number. In the end, I'll say in the end here what my preference is on the option we go with. But whatever we end up going with, I think we just need to plow ahead with the Oread neighborhood plan and deal with it. That's the long-term solution. I don't know how feasible it is or realistic that a lot of these older homes, would be converted to private residences. Great to hear Dennis Brown and you're the minority that's doing that. It's great, but I think the reality is something we need to understand, that a lot of these they're just not going to be private residences. So my big concern, I think, in this is if we do something that takes, finished units, finished basements where, our code, they meet code to be habitable spaces, and we take and put a bunch of those into now illegal situation. My feeling is option 2, if we're going to change this code, is somewhere in between that. We'd end up somewhere in between that 83 homes and 10. I would probably say that my feeling would be to raise it to 4,000 square feet, but to still leave it in there as long as you meet the strict definitions that we have in our code for habitable basements, finished basements. Then I would think that might be the number. And you could probably tell us then, what that would come to, but I'm guessing it would be somewhere in between 10 and 83. It makes more sense to me because I think it protects investments that are already out there and that are perfectly acceptable, living environments to, protect investments that are there anyway, and potentially save a few more homes. But in the long run, whatever we do, we need to, I don't think we're going to have a big impact a positive impact on the Oread neighborhood with whatever we do at this particular text amendment. So, but I would say option 2 and raise it to 4,000 square feet and include inhabitable spaces that meet code.
I'm looking at this grid, does that mean 41 homes?
4,000.
Oh, we've got that, that's right.
4,000.
That would be 20 homes. I'm sorry, yes,
41 homes, 10, 9%.
Oh, I forgot we had the exact number.
Yeah.
So it's right in between 10 and 83.
Yeah.
Well, almost.
Pretty well.
Can I throw in this?
Yeah, please, since I think we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah. So there's a couple things I just want to throw out here. Number one,
Thank you.
this sounds like, for me, I'm finally kind of getting a grasp of, after all, I haven't been in 13 meetings, and I'm thanking, my lucky stars for that, because this has taken a while for me to digest the dichotomy and kind of the things that are happening in the Oread neighborhood as far as development goes. And I respect the people who persevere and salvage old buildings. I'm a fan of doing that. I'm a fan of making a profit at doing so, but more importantly, creating a livable environment. And I'm excited about, trying to upgrade these aging structures and creating a safer environment for the people who are going to live in them, regardless of the condition, more than likely. But what I'm seeing here is it's really a parking, and I'm sure this has been discussed, and I'm sure this is nothing unique. But first time I've heard of it in the last few years, so I'm going to throw it out there. I think if parking is going to be the linchpin in this, maybe we need to regulate parking in the Oread neighborhood differently. Maybe we need to put in permit parking, residents only. Some exploration. If we're going to use parking as the reason for not doing things, I think maybe we need to regulate the way people park in this. We have a world-class bus system in place and satellite parking, and if we want to drive the students out of these neighborhoods and parking in these people's neighborhoods, maybe we force them to that public transportation that the university provides, have them park away, and regulate the parking that is so precious to all these people and create a way to, remove that from this discussion. Because, I mean, that seems to be such a driving force. It's kind of aggravating for me because I see other ways to solve that problem rather than, limiting the size of a structure and the parking and the half parcel. So that's a discussion I'd love to have in the future, and I think we need to, because this has come to light. It's become, it's become kind of the one question that can't be answered for me. So we've got different square footage, which I completely agree we should probably discuss. But, I think with the reason for the exemption, I think that's one thing I wanted to talk about, Hugh. You got a half a space per. And the theory is that these parcels are too small to really incorporate adequate parking on the site, as well as invest the money necessary to develop it so that it's a viable structure, both financially and from a code standpoint. I think that's kind of was the logic here. So if we're trying to encourage the redevelopment of these properties, and we are hesitant to do so mainly because of parking, I mean, that's what I've heard. Maybe to me, we're separating the two values. One is to preserve these old structures and have them inhabited, whether they be by 3 kids or 10 kids or a family. It doesn't matter. It's trying to solve and improve the quality of life, and yet we're using the parking as the major impetus as to whether to allow it or not allow it, regardless of the square footage. So I think what I'd like to do is talk about what is reasonable, what the intent of this was, but I think it's completely reasonable to not get into regulating, putting staff in a position to sit down and figure out, okay, what's habitable, what's inhabitable, whether it's a basement or an attic. I mean, we're talking about tons of hours of our city's staff time. So if we're gonna start changing this, we need to talk about whether we're gonna change the square footage, or we're gonna talk about spending tons of time documenting what is habitable, what is uninhabitable, and, figure out how to regulate this. So for me, I see another can of worms in trying to figure out this number of residences, relatively speaking, but they deserve the care, and so I'm not sure if square footage is the way to go, or whether inhabitable or uninhabitable square footage goes, because I just want to make sure we're really talking about thousands, probably 1,000 hours of staff time to sit down and figure out all these homes, what is and what is not inhabitable. So, I mean, that's the thing that worries me about splitting hairs. So maybe the square footage is the way to go, and I throw that out there just to say, if we're gonna discuss changing this, perhaps that's really the only way to do it without investing a ton more money and time into this. But I just bring that out. Those are the things that came to me when we were talking about this.
Yeah, square footage is something that's instantly available, so.
Yeah, and to the points you made about parking, about this kind of coming down to parking, one of the things that I've felt anyway from all the time in this is that parking, it comes down to really about behaviors, not parking. I mean, parking is what's being used in a lot of ways as the way to regulate how many of these boarding houses can be put into the neighborhood, or houses can be redone as boarding houses, because of the nuisance issues with boarding houses. Not all of them, but some of them. And so that's my concern too, is that in fact, yes, we're looking at this as being a parking issue, but that's, from everything I can pick up, it's more about the concern of the quality of life, the issues that the boarding houses have. And if we go this route on parking, that's the method to limit the number of boarding houses. And so I'm kind of, I'm trying to focus on ways to address some of those nuisance issues, so that we can really focus on what's the best way to encourage investment and
which is, again, what you're saying, another discussion to have.
Yeah.
But we're intertwining all of these issues into one, and I think they need to be separated. It just seems like we're losing focus of what we're trying to do. Either we want to regulate the people living there, and we're gonna enforce it by parking, but in reality, we were trying to get at behavioral changes, yet we still want to save these structures. So what's the answer? What's the formula? And that's
I think, yeah, and I think part of this is, again, we're looking at, trying to address all the problems in the ORIAD with a single, boarding house issue here, and then we can't. We
Right.
can't. We've got other mechanisms, you know, and hundreds and thousands of hours that are going into the overlay districts and the plan here for the neighborhood. That's where all those, maybe those issues. And parking, I mean, I remember the discussions on parking, you know, when we've then, and they'll continue, and there'll be, probably, we'll be talking about parking in the Oriad neighborhood in 50 years. I have no doubt it's still there, but there may be permit only. There's a variety. I know we discussed this before about results of some of your town and gown. There are other communities and there are
I've seen
Oriad
that.
neighborhoods in every college town that exists. It's not I mean, it's unique in Lawrence, but this is pretty typical, and it's a common problem, and others have addressed it with parking by permit only, Monday through Friday, you know, 8 to 5 or whatever it might be. It could help, you know, it could help in those areas. I remember driving to school and trying to figure out where to park, and yeah, you know, you sometimes you find a particular neighborhood that worked for a while and you parked there. It happened. And it was perfectly legal, and so there's nothing wrong with it, as long as it, you know, so it happens. But no, I think that we've got one particular issue now, and we can't solve all of Oriad's neighborhood problems with this one, and parking isn't the only thing that, you know, that it's not the only reason that folks wish to limit boarding houses, but it is the one that, you're right, it's the one that it's latched onto because it is something that maybe there's a possibility to control it that way, and so that becomes the issue.
100 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, to limit development through the, yeah.
Can I ask a staff question on,
Sure.
along those lines when it comes to the hours too? If we went with, because like I said, code has a pretty good determination. You're only gonna need to go in and determine inhabitable versus habitable spaces on a request. And we couldn't be talking about more than over a number of years. I can't imagine seeing more than 10, 15 requests.
You're saying just doing it on call?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's per application that we get down to the nitty-gritty of what the building structure is and whether it's habitable or not. But there is some efficiency in keeping it at gross square feet as well, because that's a little bit easier to determine than whether it's habitable or not. I think we were hoping to get language that would allow us to go in and see if it's a basement or attic space that could be, without major reconstruction, be converted or not, and then but not necessarily whether it's habitable today or not. We could do it, certainly. It does add a little bit, probably adds a field site visit to the property, walk the property, determine what its status is today. Or what's also typical is...
We should do that with an application anyway.
Well, we do, but we don't necessarily go inside the structure.
Gotcha.
We're taking, the proposal is floor plans, layouts that are architectural drawings. It's the architect and the design professional that's giving us that information. So that's a desktop review for the most part. It may require us to get into the site and spend some time with it.
One thing that I have a potential, you know, problem with this is we're talking about, you know, we've gone over this, you know, that we're seeing the numbers quite a bit and not knowing, you know, when we originally was done, you know, we weren't sure. We aren't sure what the number is with habitable basements or attics or whatever we don't know what that number is, and these are numbers that staff has researched. We can look up on and determine, hey, that's, so if we're wanting to increase the number, you know, kind of greater than 3, less than 80 or whatever it is.
That's what I was getting at.
That's a good point.
Yeah, how can you know what
We
we're
know for
doing
sure.
until we evaluate the stock?
And from a hey, I'm thinking about putting an investment in this, and I'm gonna come up with a great plan for this house. It'd be nice to know right off the bat, boom, yes, no, without having to go through the process of staff evaluation. Yeah, from a developer point of view,
right?
You know, it's an easy yes or no, and moving on down the road. So, I think that using some number along these tables would be preferable in my opinion.
Just a comment. You know, I thought
When we adopted the ORIAD plan, I thought we had everybody ticked off. I think we got everybody ticked off now. I understand, we gave a direction to staff to carry out, development code and the use of 3,500 square feet gross square footage. And I'm sure that you've used that multiple times in the way that, on direction that we've given. Now we've gone to saying, and I believe it's probably true, that parking is, I believe, the real big animal here. Going through ORIAD neighborhood over the last couple of weeks, parking wasn't a problem. I mean, you could go anywhere, but I'm telling you what, you go up there today, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, it was a problem. And I took off early and drove up through the area, and I mean, it is a problem. The thing that we're looking at here, and the thing that's been said over and over again, is if how many of these buildings, of the houses up there, that I thought that the main intent here was, as we looked at these large structures, is that we were going to put something in place that we were going to be helping to save these structures. I thought that was the goal behind all of this. Well, I think it was, but there may have been something that we forgot, and again, it has to do with the parking that may be, parking problem that may be caused by the redevelopment of these properties, okay? That keeps being brought up over and over again, okay? We gotta look at that as a real deal. I guess one of the things that I see in all of this, I don't know what the right number is. I mean, I really don't. I think I'm probably equally confused now as we were several months ago as we were going over this. I think one of the things that we really need to talk about, and something that I don't think would be a smart move to decide on a Tuesday night. I mean, I really don't. If we created a problem before, and we're going to try to fix whatever this problem was, whether it's parking and it's caused by the square footage that we selected once before, let's do it in such a way as that, because I think that the 3,500 has to stay on the table to be decided somewhere along the line. But if we're going to do something different on the parking issue, whether it be to regulate the parking or whatever it may be, if we're going to change the square footage to be considered, I would rather have this discussion, in study session setting or whatever, where we make, clear points as to what's going to be followed throughout this. Because it's pretty obvious to me, we might have messed it up once, but we're trying to correct a problem that I'm not sure that that's really where we're heading tonight.
As far as a solution.
Yeah. Just a thought. Just another 2-hour meeting for you.
I guess my thought is, what would you accomplish in a study session that we wouldn't accomplish tonight? I mean,
Okay, the change that Hugh brought up a second ago in the 4,000 square foot. Is it on there? Am I not seeing it?
it's 41.
It's that first yellow,
41.
top yellow one.
There it is.
It would come to
Okay,
41.9%.
then I take it back.
Okay, so you were thinking maybe we didn't have a number.
Maybe we didn't have a number. Okay. Now, are we going to talk about this parking?
Yeah.
Then, not tonight.
Not tonight.
Right.
Is that not part of this?
We're impacting it, though, because
Yeah, we're
not-
gonna change,
we're
yeah.
creating a problem, like you just said, and then we're not admitting to how we're gonna help resolve this problem for the neighborhood. Because, compromise was the key to this thing, and compromise.
That's what I thought we had done before.
Yeah, I thought this happened, and clearly the compromise needs to go further. Because nobody's, quite comfortable with this.
Yeah. Ms. Brown.
Well, from listening to everyone here tonight, really this thought has been brought up already in different bits and pieces, but it's really as it was in 1979 when I first heard the first ORIAD argument. It's about density, it's about behavior, and it's about the residents who want to enjoy a peace and quiet life, and it's about landlords who want to max out their investments. Hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. And parking is the linchpin by which we're going to make decisions as it's presented to us right now. parking can be changed in a number of different ways. I mean, you could go up and put no parking signs everywhere, and there'd be a lot less parking, I guarantee you. I don't know where those cars would go, they'd go somewhere. But we're using parking as the yardstick, or someone said the water meter, to regulate what the density is gonna be. And so the issue is density. I mean, it really is. That's what everyone's talking about tonight. And the density happens to be college-age kids for the most part, who we all know, because we were in college once, probably are a little bit more rowdy than we are today. So it creates the conflict. And therein lies the whole issue, as it's always been since I've known it, and it exists today. I didn't know, we didn't have a good set of numbers when we started out. I didn't know that, didn't have this chart. We didn't know, first of all, we didn't even know when this originally started, when I got elected in April, what a 3,500 square foot structure would yield in terms of total houses, and it came back that it was 89. And then, since this has been sent to the Planning Commission and back, we've got this whole extrapolation of other numbers based on, if you count this or that, and so many square feet, and so you've got a more of a grid. I thought 89 was extremely too many, 20%, but then when you look at, when you go down to 20 houses, you get 4.5%. I was up around the Oria today. I thought I understood and knew it because I've been here a long time. I've been through that neighborhood a lot, but when you start going up and down street by street, there are a lot of very, very large structures on some very, very small lots, and so it becomes more difficult to rehab those from a financial standpoint if they're going to turn into multifamily as opposed to single family. So therein lies the question. There's some very, very nice looking structures that have been rehabbed, and there's some real dumps up there that haven't been. In fact, they are so pitiful that I'm surprised that people can live in them safely from looking at the outside. Not all of them. There's a wide variety of structures. So I'm big on historic preservation. I've demonstrated that in my own business life. I'm big on safety of our residents. I want to see neighborhoods improve in their quality of life, and I want to see the livability standards improve. So, you know, when you put all that into the mix, and if indeed by our action of the mechanism of parking can activate or change something, then I guess I'd like to see more than 20 houses become an active candidate for rehabilitation, the larger ones, but I think 89 is far too great. So this is a very imperfect system, but it's the tools we have to work with at the moment. Outside of just going through and canvassing each and every house and kind of grading them and saying this deserves that and this deserves that, I don't know how else you get to some of these decisions. So.
Right, and if I could just correct you, the 20 number that you're using, that's current. We would net 10 new houses at the current 3,500 square foot. It would allow, excluding the basement and whatnot, it's actually 13 or 10 new versus 89.
Are we referring to?
Used to the 4,500.
45, so we're just
5,000.
new.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's we're down into that darker purple there with the 4,500 including basement plus 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could have a public meeting for each house that wished to. No. No. And I do resent, you know, your implication that I'm not rowdy any longer. Resent that.
This conversation going, we'll all get rowdy.
It could be. It could happen. Okay. We're at a point, I think, where, you know, I think we need to find a number that works between 89 and whatever. I guess we need to pick a number between 89 and 13 there, and a scenario there that'll work. You know, we've got a 41, we've got a 20 that we've talked about. The problem is, no, we do not know, the overall impact to parking and the quality of life issues there and preservation. There's reasons to go with numbers from 0% to 100% of the homes. And without, we just have to do what we think will do the least amount of harm and hope for the best, realizing that we always have other cracks at this as well. And we can't enforce behavior with planning. It just doesn't work.
Okay, so if we're looking at changing the number, the square footage number to the 4,000, 4,500, can we take a minute to look at the concentration as to where these buildings are, like all over Oread? Rather than just being in one place?
Yeah, there is a concentration.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if I could add on that, if we choose that number, and let's say we went in the middle and it ended up at the 41, still ultimately we're moving forward with a plan that's going to override this. We're going to choose, because your point is perfect, Mike, in that you look at that and you say, well, here's the concentration. Well, they're not all going to convert, first of all, and we're working on an Oread neighborhood plan that we might say that's not where we, there's certain blocks that, speaking with the Oread, the residents, that in fact are appropriate maybe for another few boarding houses. They're not going to ever have, private residences based on what's already there. And so, kind of regardless of what we come up with on this number, that's why I've been saying is ultimately, let's do this and try and be reasonable, but the Oread neighborhood plan's going to really ultimately identify where those go, and then with the overlay districts have design guidelines for them, et cetera. And so, the cluster of where they end up on this text amendment for me isn't going to be ultimately where they end up.
Too true. I agree. Regardless, I guess we have to pick, we have to go with something. We have to go with the compromise tonight, and in all likelihood, what we decide will have some sort of an impact upon the overlays and plans that are being generated. They're going to look at this number. It's going to start out as, here's the baseline. Is there a reason that it needs to be different? So it may have, it may actually hold some weight in the future too. So,
Make a motion if you.
So this is just a holding pattern until all of these overlays come
I think so, but I think it is important to realize that it's a holding pattern or a placeholder for this that may carry some weight in the future, because you got to start.
We're sincere about wanting to do these things. The question is, and I think everyone who's involved is
Absolutely.
about it. The question is, what was the ramifications of that sincere approach to it? And I think we see it now. And although I think square footage is not the best tool to use, because I think it's relative to habitable area, it's an imperfect tool we have, and I think to move forward.
It's an easy number to get at and such, and
Let me try a motion and see. I would cite, pardon me, I'd like to stay at the low end of the range, because you are going to get the bigger houses at the lower end of the range. So if you think about it, if you had 100 homes, then you would have everything from, if you were using 3,500, you'd have that from 3,500 feet to 10,000 feet. But if you stay at the lower end of the range, you're going to get the greater structures, the larger structures, if that makes sense. But I'm looking at the 4,500 square foot, including basement.
Plus 20.
Which would be, make 20 homes eligible, which is 4.5% of the total of homes that are listed in the ORIAD. But those would be the largest ones.
Quick question, Scott. That is plus 20. Is that correct?
Right, that would be 20 properties eligible to receive the parking reduction.
In addition, this is 20 new.
In addition to the 20 that we have, anything zoned RM up there is eligible for a boarding house use.
Right.
It's whether or not they get the parking standard reduction or not. That's what these numbers are.
I was just wanting to make sure that was a plus
Right, we're bound to get others outside of this 20 or whatever you pick that are gonna be converted to boarding, to congregate living. They'll just meet the 1 per bedroom, not the
Sure.
0.5 per bedroom.
So this, you can refer to this as the parking bonus, as opposed to the others that had come in with just the regular 1 per bedroom.
I mean, I feel comfortable with that number.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I really want to pursue the other, and so, the Ori neighborhood plan, I prefer, I think, the 41, but honestly, tonight, I'm good with that as well. Because I think, you know, there's not gonna be that many applications between now and then. Till we finish this Ori neighborhood plan, there's so much uncertainty surrounding the neighborhood, we're not gonna see investment. That's my concern, so.
Great.
Hey, how do we come up with these cutoffs between these 500-foot intervals? That's
3,800?
I don't know. I just think it's funny, these arbitrary cutoffs that we.
Well, they were actually, was a bit of analysis to determine, you know, whether it gave us a stratification of
Okay.
enough range to look at. Nice whole numbers, so.
Yeah, they're whole numbers. I see that.
I was told there'd be very little math in
It
this
would
profession.
be kind of funny if the number was, 4,217 square footage.
And Mayor, as you consider this, I think the other thing is if we initiate a text amendment to implement this, would be what we do while the text amendment is going through the process. Should we revise the interpretation to basically drop it down to 3,500 without a basement, not including the basement, so that we don't get a flood of applications in while this process is going through? Not necessarily a moratorium, but should we reinterpret the existing code language while if this gets initiated?
Because this has to go back to the planning commission.
It would have to go through we'd have to legally advertise. It would
Right,
be
we-
a couple of months before it came back to you.
We would have an opportunity here
This is not what
to
this says.
change staff interpretation without a text amendment, which would, in essence, cut off the new applicants from going in. If we're talking in essence here about a restriction of the possible parking exceptions here. So, you got a house and it's between the, what's allowed now and what's gonna be allowed in the future, so boom, you wanna push that forward, and so the question is whether we may want to have staff interpretation start now instead of go later, or not. We can let it work its way, we can leave it the way it is for now and let it work its way through the planning system is the other option to that too.
I guess I just don't know what that means as far as workload or the true value. Are we talking about 3,500 square foot without basement or inhabitable basement?
Well, what it means is dropping down to the second row of the gray there, which would be the 3,500 excluding basement, would give us 10 eligible properties. Then we would process a text amendment that would go to 4,500, including basements, to get at your desire to have about 4.5% of ORIAD properties eligible for the reduced parking standard. Now, we haven't seen, we've been at this a couple of times, it seems like, and we haven't seen that run on applications, so it may not be a valid concern, but I'm bound to get the call tomorrow morning about, well, what happens if I apply today? What's the interpretation of that? What's the code standard today? And I think that direction is helpful tonight.
Well, I would say if we have a meeting of the minds tonight, then we should direct staff to interpret it as such. I mean, otherwise, we are deciding something, I think, tonight, so it seems like that should be the decision that goes forward.
But if we were to decide 4,500 square feet, including basement, well, we don't have anything in the, we don't have, it has to run through the text amendment process. We don't have an ordinance that would allow that particular interpretation staff to run with that one without it going through planning commission first and another series of public meetings.
Right, but
If you're gonna direct the staff to interpret the code a certain way, this all has to do with the interpretation of whether to include basements and
Yeah.
and that type of,
Habitable basements.
or that type of use. Well, we still have to have some basis in the code, and I think that's Scott's point.
Right, we have the code would stand. Tomorrow, the code is going to be 3,500 square feet. And the interpretation that we have out there right now includes gross, includes basement. And so we may get an application tomorrow that isn't going to be within the universe of the 20, if it works out that way in the future. And so I think that direction on whether or not we want to meter it down based on your comments and your goal to get to 4.5% of ORIAD properties, because that's an administrative function, because I think the direction I received from the Planning Commission is that my interpretation to include basements didn't meet their intention. And so now we're talking about the City Commission's intention to go somewhere in between 83 and 10. And so that's where you want to end up. In the meantime, how do you want us to implement the code? The way we have been, with including basements or not including basements? Because all it really means is that there are going to be fewer eligible properties until we process this text amendment, which I think is aligned more with your goal here.
I'm not so sure that there's going to be an enormous run on this, because this has been coming for a long time, and the possibility of a change has been out there for a long time. Someone who wanted to jump in ahead has had, there's, you'd
Sure, we
think
can
that-
let the interpretation stand, and
Yeah.
until this amendment gets adopted and processed, we'll be operating as we have been since last January.
yeah.
How long for the term again?
We'll publish it at our next opportunity and get it going. So it'll take a couple of 2 or 3 months to get back to you.
You think the February planning commission?
February or March, yes. We could, well,
Not gonna take a lot of writing, they're basically
No.
written for you, so.
right. We'll expedite it and put it on the next available planning commission meeting.
Okay,
We
so,
told them whether or not we meant eligible basements that are inhabitable or not inhabitable.
I think we just said gross.
think you just said gross square footage.
That's the only way we could go by that table
Including the
anyway.
basement.
That's what I think I'm hearing.
I don't know what our capability is to determine that on a kind of a ORIAD neighborhood plan level. We could talk to the appraiser about that, but these were based, and again, these are still a little bit rough. I mean, the appraiser data isn't the most accurate. We've been careful to let development community know that it still takes a specific site plan, a look at floor plans. The architects have to give us hard numbers about their project to make sure that it's eligible. These maps aren't maps that say you're automatically eligible for the parking variance. It helps us understand it. It doesn't automatically create eligibility.
Mayor, I know there's probably not gonna be the run on these over the next couple of weeks, but we're saying right now that 20 homes are now going to be eligible for the parking exception, correct? That's where we are, based if they're 4,500 square feet and include the basements, on and on and on. Let's say over the next several years meaning whatever that may be, that there are 20 properties that come forward and are given this exception, and they meet that guideline. Do we just stop at that point? Is there any way to look past that if it's meeting our goals at the time?
That'd be something for a commission to look at in the
But,
future.
okay, that's the only way.
Well,
The overlay districts.
Well, yeah, back to that.
and then again, at that point in time, you'd look at the success and the problems and the successes and the failures of what you've created. And then you have to move forward from there. I don't know how you look. I can't foresee that far. That'll be in your like 20th term, I think.
No, no.
So, if I could clarify then, Vice Mayor, would the motion be that the 4,500 square feet, gross, and to just continue interpreting as you currently have been until we get it through? Is
Yeah,
that?
I'm trying to, if I'm understanding this chart correctly, that's indeed what that implies. Is that not correct? To get to 4.5% or 20 homes?
Right, we would have to amend the code to the 4,500 square feet,
Including basement?
including basement. So that's a gross square foot. It would be very much how we operate under the current interpretation. We're just moving it from 3,500 to 4,500 square feet.
And our option on the interim, during that interim period, is to probably either it's 3,500 with or without.
Right, it's
Those are
the
two
difference,
options we have.
it's the difference between 83 net and 10 net.
Those are, and for the time being, we have really those two options to choose from. Do we want, over the next couple of months, do we want the possibility of additional or not? So,
I'd say, I'd stay with the lesser number, because that's what the 10 is closer to the 20 than the 20 is closer to the 83.
Yeah.
so then the motion would be to change the interpretation, and to initiate the text amendment.
Right.
There. True?
Moved.
Moved.
One last clarification. On this chart, it's saying basement, but we've been talking about basements, attics. So what is included in this?
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
That interpretation. And I don't know that I could give you an exact answer on the attics part of this. But I think as we process this amendment, we'll get better clarification on that.
That'll determine the number of houses, though. So is this number using attics or not?
I would have to check that. I don't want to give you inaccurate answer
See, that's a
on
whole
that.
other can of worms.
Well,
Because there's a lot of houses that use the attic spaces, I'm sure.
oh yeah.
I can tell you
We know that this is accurate with basements and without attics. True?
No, he doesn't know that.
No,
You
I
don't
don't know
know
that
that.
for sure. But I can tell you the planning commission's intent was, and it may not be relevant, but the planning commission's intent was to exclude the attic space and the basement space. It may or may not be rare in Oriad to have that livable.
Well, but, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, but I think the structures, I don't think we included attic space. I think the appraiser data that we got that we had to work with was the basement data, not the attic data. I know we've been talking about that, but that's my recollection of the data we used.
Well, we'll see this again next week on
No.
second reading. No.
it's
No,
going
we're
to
Senate.
No. You'll
Because we wanna-
initiate the amendment.
4 vote, yeah? Or-
No. Mayor,
We want to make sure that the
let me make a suggestion here, and, it's purely that, if anybody wants to follow. Vice Mayor, you made a motion to 4,500, take out the basement, change the interpretation that we've been following, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's as I understand, which would include basements and attic, correct? What my suggestion is, can we have staff go down and write what this initiation's gonna be, put it on the consent agenda for next week, and so we have exactly what we're voting on?
what I want to see is whether what we're talking about, is it that number? I mean, there's just a question that you've got, whether that included attics or not. We want to make sure that the language that we use, the intention that I think that we're hearing, is to hit that 20 right now.
I think that's the other way to look at it, is the goal is to hit about approximately 4.5% of the properties eligible to receive the parking variance.
We could state it that way, too.
Whether or not that includes basements or attics, we can look at and accurately present the information to you in the planning commission.
I think that would work as well.
Do you want me to restate the motion then?
If that's yeah, I mean, I think that gets at the intention without worrying about whether that number is correct or not. Otherwise, I was gonna say, we're just gonna have to, you're gonna have to research that, we're gonna have to bring it back, and we're gonna have to see. Ultimately, I think, advice then, you know, going forward to planning commission would be, we'd rather see, we wanna see a clear number. You know, our goal is to have some number that's easy for everyone to understand.
Right.
It's 4,500 or whatever, but we wanna make sure that we're getting it the correct, the number there with or without attics and such. So would that be enough direction that we can
Yes.
proceed? Okay.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my original motion and just indicate that, move that we direct staff to initiate a text change to limit the number of ORIAD homes to no more than 4.5% that could receive the 1/2 parking space per bedroom bonus. I get it?
And to interpret the code currently
Right.
without basements and attics included.
Right.
Great. Motions,
See if there's a second.
motions made.
Percentages? Is that to get away from the square footage? I don't, I guess I'm not understanding what.
What, the question that we're not sure of is this 4,500 square foot including basement eligible for, you know?
Right, but that could change.
Is it really 4,500 basement, or is it 4,500 basement and attic, or which one is it? And
And if they were
they
only-
need to look back at their
If they were
data
only
and figure that out.
including basements and attics were added in, then you'd end up with more than 20 homes.
He's got those now, yeah.
Okay.
So what we're doing is the motion would put a finite amount
Right.
on the number of homes that could be included in the 1/2 space per bedroom.
And I guess I'm more comfortable with, as long as there's an interpretation that we're wanting to get at that square footage number, not at a percentage,
Yes.
really. That we're
Exactly. 'Cause
Yes.
that's where we started, was
Right.
trying to
Yes.
say the big homes, and now we're talking about a number, and I'm confused because I don't
Yeah.
want the right.
We can, the other way of doing this is to halt it right now and pick it back up again, once we get the answer to that question, which is fine. I mean, we can stop exactly where we are right now and pick it up again, and we're done too. I mean, it's not gonna,
Well, okay, never mind. I was just thinking public comment, but that part's done. We can
we're
pick it
we're
back
done.
up.
We can pick it back up again if we're just deferring it at this point. We can jump back in without.
Doesn't my motion capture, in essence, what I think is the collective agreement of the commission? Is it's 4.5%, it's gonna be 20 homes. It's just a matter if you include attics and basements and.
Yeah,
Right,
it
and
goes one way, but not the other,
Yeah.
because you could have 4.5% of smaller houses aggregate to that, whereas the number is defined by the square footage. The 4.5 is derived based on the square footage calculated and the number of homes. If we pick a number of percent, then we're really not defining the square footage, we're saying that 4.5% of the properties are eligible for this exemption. And I guess for me, there's a fine line, because that might be smaller properties, and you were saying you wanted to try and protect the bigger ones. And so you could read in between, as long as they follow the rule exactly the way we say it, we'll be fine. But if we just leave it as a percent, then there's a loophole that says we're after a percent.
We can get the answer to this question next week, right?
Yeah.
We can get the answer yet next week, yes.
Okay, let's just defer it until next week. We'll pick it right back up exactly where we are. We'll have a quick and easy answer to that question, and I think we'll be done with it.
We'll table the discussion
We'll
until next.
table it until next week. Okay,
That's fine. I do understand the direction, though, to preserve the larger structures. I think the issue is whether, I mean, we could present text language that is 4,500 square feet, including basements, but excluding attic spaces, and it gets exactly at what Vice Mayor Shum's proposal is. But I think we owe you that information in any event.
I just see attics being a part of the calculations of the county, especially if it's currently occupied. That's of one of the stories, even though it's a half story, it's
Right.
technically an attic area, it's habitable, and it's useful, and it's occupied, and I don't know how we're gonna impact that by excluding attic, because now we're throwing in another stipulation.
We
Well,
can research that.
Yeah, I think that's what we don't know.
Mhm.
And that's what would be helpful, I guess. That's why we can,
Starting at 3,500 excluding basements and attics, and now we're at 4,500, we're just using percentages. I mean, I appreciate, Scott, understanding the deal, but I think, want to make sure that we all understand where we're heading.
well, I want to make sure that the numbers that we see are, based on, the data that was the data that was used to generate that 20 is in fact 4,500 square feet,
How about a list of the top
including
20
basements.
homes?
Well, I would just say,
We got that.
can we just provide a list of the 20 homes too?
Do that,
We know them, right?
right?
But now you're picking on your chart.
There,
And
that,
that data that supports it.
there you go.
We'll be able to take a look and see on those 20 homes, whether or not the square footage number is including the attics and basements, and make that determination. Basically what we're saying.
Somebody's disagreeing in the audience, but we can let staff figure that out, I guess.
Somebody's always disagreeing in the audience. I mean, come on, we're gonna. At this point in time, public comment is over. I'm sorry.
So where are we going? We're gonna vote on it or
Tabling.
table it?
I think that it would be good to know the exact number. I think we may have provided enough, but just for the edification of this body, that we want to make sure that this is the number that you in fact
Yeah.
used. That those parameters that we're reading are all of it, and the attics weren't included in that.
Yeah, then now there's we forgot about.
Right. We've done that. We.
That's how we got here.
It's quick, easy. We can table it.
I withdraw the motion.
Well, let's, is there a motion then to table this
Moved.
until next week with the answer to the question of whether that,
You got that, boom, boom, yes. You seconded, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Moved.
And are we going to have specific text language for next week?
if we can get specific text language for next week with making sure that the data is behind it 100%, we'll be in great shape.
We make sure this is the last time.
Well, until for at least 2 months, and then we'll see it again.
Till September.
Don't worry.
September.
We've got it'll 2 or 3 months, it'll be back from planning, and we'll be at it again. Motion tabling has been made. Vice Mayor Shum, seconded by Commissioner Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll pick this up again next week. And we will pick it up just at that point. If there's a particular question, please feel free to email or in fact, we are at general public comment. Ma'am?
Carol.
We are at general public comment right now. If you have a comment you'd like to, this would be an ideal time to make it.
Perfect timing.
Thank you.
Sure.
I was just going to suggest that listing the top 20 may not work, because what happens if you have 6 or 7 of them in one block? I mean, that's a problem. And part of the reason for doing the overlay districts was to apportion the locations of those boarding houses, perhaps based on the design criteria when it's developed. That would spread the density just a little bit. So that's, I think, a good reason for not trying to list the top 20 or the 20 largest properties. Leave some flexibility there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other general public comment at this time? Thanks.
I'd like to just say one thing, and that is that these houses have been standing there for over 100 years, 8-bedroom houses, 6-bedroom houses, and they exist. And I will bet you anything that those 6-bedroom houses have 6 students living in them. And I think there's an issue here about legality. I think I'm concerned about what do you propose for those 6-bedroom houses that don't meet the criteria of 4,500 square feet, and there isn't enough land to put in 6 parking spots. What then? what happens then?
At that point, you know, I mean, it has to follow the rules, just like it does
But
now.
but we're living in an economically very difficult time, and what I'm trying to say is, isn't there some kind of awareness of, also, I'd asked in the past if anyone had done a survey and what would happen to the Oriat if you concreted, if you put all, if you just made concrete for all of those houses, how does that impact flooding? I mean, you're talking about, you're focusing on 10 houses, but there's at least 150 houses out there, and probably now 200 houses out there that are not going to be easily, in quotes, become into conformance. So you're outlawing and making it really difficult, and the compromise is concrete the Oriat neighborhood. I like what Commissioner Deaver is talking about in terms of if this is about parking, then, perhaps there's another solution. And when Commissioner Amix went up there, KU is back in session, and, there's a lot of people that go up there that don't live there that are parking there. So, it's coming full circle, but I'm concerned about the 200 houses and whatever, I don't even exactly know the number, but if you subtract from, you've got 10 or 20 houses there, you've got 400 houses, I'm concerned about what happens to them. And I would like to say that, people are very glib about this financial thing, but right now, I can't borrow money from a bank. I mean, the whole banking system has become so regulated that, for example, if I wanted to put in 5 parking spot places and I don't have the money, what do I do about that? I think there's an economic issue here that has to be looked at. I mean, I'm very, I don't know. I'm trying to sort of put a bigger look at this thing.
Sure.
So I don't know if that's helpful for your next decision.
Well, I mean, we keep those things in mind. Those things are always in mind. Yeah.
Well, there's 200 houses I would like, and I know that Augustette, whatever his name is, August said today that there are 150 houses that are borderline going to, all they need is the wind to blow at them. One more unforeseen sewage backup or whatever happens to these houses to create someone can't pay their mortgage. There's only 10 houses moved last year. 7 of them were probably in foreclosure. That's a number that you guys have to think about. There's a sustainability issue here of how to pay mortgages.
Well, as it sits right now, before we make any change, we're still not addressing those 200,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Forming. I mean, that's not,
But
it is a separate issue.
At least in the beginning, there was a possibility of these houses coming into conformance with less parking.
Some of them, yeah.
Some of them. But now you're making a bigger outlaw number of houses. And when you talk about environmental issues, when you talk about paving the ground of the Oriat neighborhood, there's enough flooding. No one has looked at that survey. No one has said, what is the impact of paving the Oriat neighborhood to make this all conforming and legal?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't have to call Scott in the morning. He mentioned the provision, just want to make sure the provision of the ones that have been done right stay intact if something happens when you rewrite it for next week. That's it.
Right. Yes. Thank you. Further public comment? This is our public comment of a general nature, just to make sure that we're giving everybody the opportunity.
About pigs
We can talk about, we already talked about pigs, but we could talk about, yeah, I don't know, goats. My wife would like fresh goat milk.
Worried when somebody mentioned elephants.
I know now that my mountain lion's gonna have to go. I learned that this evening, so we'll get rid of that tomorrow, no problem. All right, future agenda.
Commissioners, next week, we have the proposal to rename a portion of 11th Street between Mississippi and Missouri to Fambro Drive. Public Works Department has sent out notices to property owners that are adjacent to that. It's our understanding that there won't be any properties that will need to change their address because of this proposal. We've also got the request to establish no parking along the north side of 12th Street between Indiana Street and Mississippi Street. It's from your Traffic Safety Commission recommendation. We'll probably have a
It's
few other
KU
items.
night, pretty much. There's two KU items.
We have, right, in the same neighborhood, and if you have an opportunity to do any nighttime driving, I'd encourage you to take a drive down 12th Street. There in the Ori neighborhood, we've got the lights up for the pedestrian path. Not all of the signals, I think, are functioning yet, but the street lights are operational. I noticed that last night. So, it's a cooperative project with KU and the Ori neighborhood and obviously the city.
Elise brought that to us. Great. That sounds good. Any other, anything else on future agenda? Questions on that? Comments? Commissioner items? Ready? Goats, nothing. Okay, calendar. We've got Thursday, just
Yes,
a
we do.
reminder, solid waste, it's not on here, but solid waste are like kind of last public meeting on this before it. We've got a draft out at this point, and we're getting public comments. So we're likely to see this in front of the commission at some point, but there's an opportunity for public, and I guess there's always been an opportunity. We've gotten lots of public comment all the way through this, but we're putting an extra shout out for, sorry, it's this Thursday here at
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock here in the city commission room. And so.
I'll be unable to receive public comment that day. I'll be out of town, so.
There's, you will receive public comment on
I will
this.
not miss out on it.
You will receive, but we do have draft available for this. It is something to take a look at, and we've got some good stuff on that. Been some good work done. So appreciate all the hard work on staff on the many months of this process. We're getting close to see it. Other than that, anything in particular note here?
Just be sure to let Bobby know, if you haven't already, about your availability to go to the chamber dinner. I think she's wrapping up. I guess we've got that listed twice there.
Yeah, I got their invitation and RSVP directly to them. You mind just
the
let her
chamber.
know?
Okay, great. And then you've got the RSVP on the PD graduation. Oh, that's what I was talking about. So great, good. That's appropriate. But yeah, on the chamber one. So that's all good. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Any other questions on the calendar? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We are adjourned. Thank you.